Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. All right, hello, and thank you everybody for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is 2:32. I'm about a minute behind. Not too bad. And I'm happy to be here with everyone to talk about what's been happening in the world. There's a lot of breaking news that has just come out. What's happening in Gaza with the American hostages, with the Israeli hostages. There's some news coming out of there, the ceasefire. We'll talk about that. There's also some news about what's happening in Germany. I also wanted to talk about a hoax that was very popular yesterday. You probably heard about it today. That's been traveling around the internet, a viral video that was released. I had several people reach me late last night, to ask about the validity and the credibility of this rumor that was going out and a hoax about a location here in New York City. And I was able to resolve that. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. There's, of course, what happened with Kamala Harris and the CNN interview, which we're going to go over as well, because these things are going to matter. And I know that many of the people who aren't political junkies, who don't pay attention to politics every day like I do here, they're going to be starting to pay attention. This is election season. It starts with Labor Day and carries on until the election November 5th. You're going to see now all the election ads are going to come out. You're going to see people talking about the various positions or lack of positions of the various candidates. And we're going to have a conversation about that, how that's going to impact you going forward, and what are some of the predictions, updated predictions, about what's going to happen in 2024. We're going to talk about a little bit of all of that, and I hope everyone's going to have some time, a great time. Oh, Graham's already here with us, and he's already chatting up a storm. And Graham says, quote, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid?" So he goes on to say, when the wicked advance against me to devour me, it is my enemies and my... Okay, so this is scripture. He's reading Psalm. That's nice. Thank you for that. It's always interesting. I don't go very deep into religion on this channel. We talk about politics. I understand many people have different religious faiths that watch this channel. We have no problem with anyone's religious faith, whatever it may be, that is yours. You won't hear me advocate for any particular religion because I talk to a wide audience from around the world, over 110 nations. You hear that in the background? Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out. Okay, so as people who know me may be well aware, I am like crap when I don't have my coffee. I drink a lot of coffee. And so what you just heard is my water getting hot so I can make my coffee. Didn't make it on time. I was trying to time it out so I could have my coffee ready for when I started the show. I screwed up, so that's why I just stepped away. Sorry for that, folks. But let me move on. By the way, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, I want to welcome you and thank you for being part of the audience. Here I am doing my Clark Kent thing. And I want to, I thank you for being part of the audience, giving us some of your time. I want you to know that this is a conversation. Every Sunday, we speak with you across the world to hear what you have to say about the issues that are affecting us all, not just in the United States, but how the United States is affecting the rest of the world, how the rest of the world is affecting us. It is reciprocal. So that's why we have this conversation, because we believe in the First Amendment on this channel. It's not just an American principle. It is something that is true for everyone in the world. And whether you're government, the internet overlords, no matter who may not like that, we will have the First Amendment here. We will have free speech. We will try to engage with you as much as we can. And to do that, not only can you reach us in the chat, as you can see, as Graham has done, but you can also reach us with super chats, both on YouTube and on Rumble. We are simultaneously on Rumble as well. Or you can even call into the program at 929-715-8569. The phone is on. Let me make sure. Always want to double check that before the show. Oh, there we go. Take it off my Bluetooth. Yes. So the phone is on and available in case you want to call in. Please remember, you are not restricted to any of the topics that I'm speaking about. If you think there is something that is important, that is vital, that we need to speak about, that is affecting nation, the world, your local community, I'm more than happy to have these conversations. That's how we improve things. That's how things get better. That's why the First Amendment is so important, is because in having the conversations, difficult conversations, conversations where we don't agree, that's how we get to the best outcome. And more voices make better solutions, not the other way around. That's one of the biggest problems most governments have, including here in the United States. Having less voices means that we have less choices, and that is a problem. As we see more corruption, as we see more ineffective government, we see more ineptitude, we see more lies to the public. The more voices we have, the less that can happen. That's what we believe on this channel, and we hope you will support us in that. Give us a like, give us a share, add your comments either live or afterwards. We always look forward to reading those comments, even the ones we don't agree with. And, of course, again, you have the option of a super chat. So, the preamble is done. We're now into the program itself. By the way, I know YouTube notifications are horrible. They never show the accurate number of people who are watching the program. Don't worry. You can always go to Rumble, or you can just stay on YouTube. There's always more people watching than you think, and about 10 times more on Rumble than on YouTube, believe it or not. Okay, so with all that said, let's go into, I do want to do one other thing before we get into the show proper. And for those who are new, the way that we do the program is we talk about the breaking news first, we go into the international, and then we go into the U.S. domestic. And of course, we always keep an international view to it, but we also keep it personal. So a little bit of both. But I did want to mention that tomorrow, Labor Day, the holiday, people will have an opportunity to see me. I will be on with my good friend Larry Sharp, who is a libertarian. He has a Monday night program. He calls it the Sharp Club. This is when he gets a bunch of different people together on his program to talk about various issues. And they don't necessarily all have the same political ideology or the same viewpoint. And I've been on the show a couple of times. Some of you may have seen it in the past. I love working with Larry. I love having conversations. He is a personal friend for like a decade. And people seem to love when Larry and I disagree. Sometimes we agree. He's a Marine, I'm a Marine. We have some views that are very, very similar. And then we have some views that are absolutely not alike at all. And we have no problem telling each other exactly what we think. A lot of people find that to be amusing and interesting, but we're both very knowledgeable, involved in politics. Larry has run for governor before, twice. So it's always interesting. And then we add in individuals like Shauna Venus and Sean Kennedy. You may have heard of these individuals. And they have their own channels and programs on YouTube and Twitter as well. And I invite you, check them out. It's going to be a great show. And we're going to be talking a little bit about, we're going to be talking about the election and what kind of impact it's going to have on everyone's lives here in the United States, around the world, altogether. So that's going to be Monday night at 9 p.m. That's tomorrow at 9 p.m. I do invite people to check it out. Please give some support to Larry and to my co-hosts, Shauna Venus, Sean Kennedy. It should be very lively. Based on what we're seeing in Twitter and the conversations we've had so far, it will be a lively conversation. Mostly agreeing, but then again, maybe not. Now, getting into the program proper. Oh, Dow's with us as well. And Dow says, disagreements are good. The challenge leads to true growth and real progress. Well, yes, it does. It's the only way. I mean, if we didn't have disagreements, Copernicus would have never had his argument. We would still think that the universe circles around the Earth. We wouldn't know about the planets. We would have never gone to the moon. We would never, people wouldn't have left Europe or Africa. No one would know what the world is like. They would think the world is flat. In fact, some people still do. I don't know why, but there are the flat earthers out there. But we wouldn't be able to do any of the things that we have done without conversation. Humanity would not exist without communications. The thing that separates us from the animals, quite honestly. So thank you for that, Dal. I agree with it entirely. So that being said, let me step into some of the breaking news that we are hearing about today. The first thing is that there is once again, we see that in Gaza, the Palestine conflict, Hamas, the war that is going on between Hamas and Israel has gone into it's elevated again. The risk of a greater Middle East war has increased yet again. No, I'm not talking about Hezbollah. I'm not talking about the second undeclared war in the Red Sea with the United States fighting against the Houthi terrorists out of Yemen. No, I'm talking about what's happening in Gaza. For those who may have forgotten, because the news media wants to downplay this, they don't want you to think about this because it does affect the election. There are still 19 Americans who were taken hostage on October 7th, 2023 by Hamas, a terrorist, an internationally recognized terrorist organization. Hamas, on its own, unprovoked, killed 1,200 people in Israel on October 7th. A lot of people know this, some people don't. 1,200 people from 56 different nations. They also captured 256 hostages, people that they just ran in, grabbed these civilians, every single one of them, we're talking about civilians, grabbed them up, beat them down, tortured them, sexually abused them. This has been confirmed by the UN in December of 2023. They have been torturing and abusing these individuals daily, and they've been there for 11 months. 11 months these Americans have been held by Hamas. And I know Harvard and Columbia, the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressive left, are all in arms and upset because Hamas is being fought against, that the terrorists are being brought to heel. And they want to see a ceasefire, which has been offered 12 times. Israel and the United States have offered Hamas 12 times a ceasefire. 12 times Hamas has said no. 12 times. So, that being said, earlier this week, on the 24th of August, we found out that there was a hostage was rescued, a Bedouin Arab was rescued by the Israeli forces, the IDF, their military. And they rescued this man who was being held by Hamas in a tunnel in Gaza. And because they were able to get this man out on August 24th, he thought he was going to die alone. They saved his life, they brought him out, and they got some information. That led to the news today, today's news, that the Israeli forces found 6 more people. 6 more hostages. Now, there are only 108, well, there were 108 that were remaining. Now there's 101. One that they rescued, and these 6 that Hamas killed. Let me be very clear about this. Hamas killed the hostages. Israel was going in to save the hostages, to bring them home, to return these people to their families who have been trying to get closure or to get their loved ones home for 11 months of torture and sexual abuse. And on the moment, as these people were being rescued, as Israel was fighting with the terrorists, Hamas, to bring these hostages, these torture victims, back home, back to freedom, Hamas shot all 6 in their head. I want to say that again, because the mainstream news media has been somewhat reluctant to share this, especially in the United States, especially with the left-leaning news media. They have downplayed this entire story, and they've been downplaying this very important fact. Hamas shot the hostages in the head rather than let them be free. This is on top of not releasing the hostages and getting the ceasefire they keep saying they want. The ceasefire that we see the American left, we see the progressives have been demanding, have been going around and having riots and disrupting people's lives and attacking people because they keep saying, we want a ceasefire. There has to be a ceasefire. They ask everyone, they demand everyone to provide a ceasefire except the one person who isn't, the one organization that is refusing, which is Hamas. You never hear the left say, hey, Hamas, accept the ceasefire deal, and you will have a ceasefire. The war will stop. Literally within 24 hours, the U.S. has guaranteed this. The United Kingdom has guaranteed this. The EU has guaranteed this. The pressure internationally is there. Israel has agreed that if Hamas releases the hostage, there will be a ceasefire immediately, guaranteed by the rest of the world. And Hamas keeps saying no. And rather than letting any of the existing hostages go, given the option, Hamas shot them in the head. This is coming from The Guardian. This is an internationally reputable left-leaning news media organization. It's not my opinion. This is their reporting. These are the facts as they exist at this moment. Here's the article. The IDF said the cause of the death of the 6 hostages civilians taken by Hamas on October 7th, tortured and sexually abused for 11 months, the cause of their death is because, based on autopsies, all 6 shot in the head. Now, Hamas has said, oh, no, this was Israel's fault. They died because of fires and bombing. Then why do they have bullet wounds in their head, all 6 of them? Why are they just dead? They didn't die a while ago. They just died. They died during, it seems to be, immediately before they could be rescued. And on top of that, every other time, which is only once, the one time that Israel did cause the death of hostages, there were 3 hostages that died in a rescue attempt by Israel, and Israel did kill those 3 hostages in that attempt. This happened about 4 months ago. Guess what? Hamas released all the information. They gave us all the details. They didn't hide. They weren't quiet. They instantly provided every detail saying, see, this is Israel's fault. And the world came down on Israel. There was a backlash instantly. And Hamas gained support from Harvard and Columbia and the colleges across America and the far left in America all cheered up and had riots and protests and were donating money. And Hamas got what they wanted. They got a pier. $400 million pier built by Joe Biden to give food and water and gasoline to the fighters, the Hamas terrorists, so they could continue to fight. They got everything they wanted. Why? Because they showed us the proof. Because it was instantaneous. What happened this time? There is no proof. There is no evidence. No, Hamas is just saying it because they're hoping that the far left, that the colleges in America are just going to say, oh, well, Hamas is small, Israel is big, therefore Israel is the bad guy. That's what they're hoping for. They're hoping that the kids protesting who know nothing about this are going to say, well, you know, Hamas, they're terrorists, but they're the good guys. This is like an episode of The Acolyte, where people are like, oh, the Jedi are evil. The Jedi didn't do anything wrong. But the Sith, they're the good guys in that show. That's why the show failed. It's why it got canceled. It's why no one watched it. Because the bad guys, the Sith, they were the heroes of the show. No one wants the bad guys to be the hero, especially when they're evil. And being a terrorist that kills people, civilians, indiscriminately, that just runs through towns and just kills people for being there, that captures people as hostages for 11 months and tortures and sexually abuses them, yeah, those are the bad guys. I don't know how anyone else would define evil, but I kind of think committing acts of terror, capturing people as hostages and torturing them and sexually abusing them for 11 months and refusing to release them, even though it advances your political ideology, it helps your political faction, even when that's helping you, you don't release these people, yeah, I think you're evil. It also goes to something that we've spoken about on this channel before. I think, sadly, I think most of the hostages are dead. We have rumors out that somewhere between 35 and 60 of the remaining 108 hostages are dead and have been dead for a while. And I think that's the truth. I think every one of the Americans are dead. In fact, something that's very important about this, and I'm going to get to the comments. I want to see your comments, folks. But before I get to that, I want to be very clear. One of the things that makes me especially upset about this, which is massively downplayed here in the United States, there was a U.S. citizen killed. One of the 6 people shot in the head by Hamas was an American. And this is why it's involving. That's why we're involved in this. That's why I even care about this. There are conflicts around the world. No one's talking about what's happening in Haiti. 40,000 Americans are under threat of death by the gangs and the fighting in Haiti. American government doesn't want to talk about that. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they don't want to talk about that. Even to a lesser extent, Trump doesn't talk about it. I'm upset about that. We should be talking about it. 16,000 Americans were abandoned a year ago, still have not returned home. They were left in the Sudan by the Biden-Harris administration. 16,000 Americans. Just toss aside. We don't hear news talking about that. They stopped that story in a week. Don't believe me? Check. Last week of April, first week of May, the last day that the news media was talking about the Sudan, Americans and others, other nationals in the Sudan being abandoned by the government. That was May 2nd, 2023. Yeah, I have a long memory. That's what we do on this show. This is long-form political commentary. I remember these events. I remember when Joe Biden in February of 2022 went on national TV, NBC, talking with Lester Holt, and guaranteed Lester Holt that the 20,000 Americans in the Ukraine had to figure out their own way home, that he would not save the women, the children, he would not save any American in the Ukraine before or even if there is a war between the Ukraine and Russia. He said they have to just figure it out. He's not going to save anyone, even in a war. Not one child. That's 10,000. I'm rounding the number down by half. There may be more. 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine abandoned by Joe Biden. Every year that the Biden-Harris administration has been in force, there have been thousands of Americans that have been abandoned in country after country. Nobody wants to talk about it in the mainstream news media because that might change the election. People might be upset that they have a government that is so ineffective, that is so useless, so inept, that tens of thousands, 70,000 Americans are in harm's way today because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are more worried about getting through the next election than they are about taking care of those Americans. The news media is so terrified of Orange Man bad that they would leave 70,000 Americans around the world on their own in hostile war zones rather than tell you what's going on to try and make our government more effective and more efficient and do their job to protect the American people. And the most recent example of that is now, today, an American was shot in the head by Hamas to prevent him from being released, to prevent him from going home. I am livid about this. Let me go to the comments. Dow says, just another example of how weak the Biden-Harris administration dragging its collective feet resulted in more dead Americans. That's true. Hey, King of the Swamp, good to see you. It's been quite some time. Good to see that you're with us today on Labor Day. Please do chat away. I'm looking forward to the comments. Yes, Dal, I agree with you. This is yet another example of the Biden-Harris administration failing. Biden is putting intermittently, Biden and now supposedly Kamala Harris are intermittently putting on pressure on Israel to do a ceasefire. Israel already agreed. Again. They've agreed several times. They agreed again to a ceasefire. Where's the pressure on Hamas? Where's the pressure on Gaza? Where's the pressure saying, just release the hostages? You'll get the ceasefire. You'll get humanitarian aid. The Biden-Harris administration is waiting. They're hopeful. They want nothing more than drop hundreds of millions of American taxpayer dollars on Gaza to say, oh, see, we're so humanitarian. We're going to take care of the people of Gaza. We're not going to help the Americans in Haiti. We're not going to get the Americans out of the Ukraine. We don't even remember the Americans in the Sudan. No, those don't count. But Gaza, that's where we're seeing all the problems. Gaza is, that's where the colleges are protesting. So that's got to be important. It's got to be more important than the Americans in the Sudan. It's got to be more important than the Americans in Haiti. Got to. Because, Harvard and Columbia and UCLA, the colleges across America, Binghamton University, big and small, they're all upset. So it must be important. More important than every American. More important than the first and only obligation every country has to its people, to protect them. That's why we have governments. That's why we have nations. You protect your people. That's their first and only purpose. That is the thing they are created for, to protect their people. And Joe Biden, Kamala Harris have failed. There is no other way to define that. They have failed. I don't care how you feel. You can have whatever feeling you want. You can be a Democrat, a liberal, a progressive. You can be part of the Democratic Socialists of America, BLM, Antifa. To the most part, I don't care. You can be a libertarian, a conservative, a Republican. Fine. These are your choices. You're an American citizen. Whether it's a good choice or a bad choice, you can be whatever you want to be. But that doesn't change. They failed. And the failure of the Biden-Harris administration equals death. It equals Americans dying around the world. And every nation in the world is watching this. They are paying attention. This is why our allies don't trust us. And when I say that, I mean Japan is building the first army since 1945. South Korea has become the fourth largest weapons manufacturer in the world to arm their army. The Philippines, they're freaking out because they're not getting any support against China, even though they've been begging for us to reopen a base to be able to help them against China. We're building, half a dozen nuclear submarines in Australia for the Australian government so they can protect themselves against China because they don't trust America to be able to do it. Remember, we have a base in Okinawa in Japan. And Australia is so terrified. Even though we have a base, we have treaties with all of the Southeast Asian nations, most of them, that guarantee that the United States, right or wrong, will take their side in any conflict. The Japan-U.S. Treaty of 1960 guarantees that regardless of whether Japan is in the right or in the wrong, the United States will come to support and defend them in any conflict. And we have a United States Marine Corps base in Okinawa right now. We have an Army base in South Korea as we speak. And given that, they're still terrified and they're militarizing because they don't trust the progressive movement. They don't trust Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. And that's just Southeast Asia. We haven't even talked about the Middle East. We haven't even talked about Europe, the proxy war against Russia. We're not talking about the Houthis and the war, because I think it's a war. We have been fighting for 9 months. 9 months we have been fighting in the Red Sea against the Houthi terrorists because Joe Biden, on the first day, to spite Donald Trump, Joe Biden said the Houthis that were recognized as terrorists around the world and by Donald Trump, Joe Biden said Trump is just a bad, mean guy. He doesn't like Muslims. And so he said, Joe Biden, through executive order, said the Houthi terrorists are now just rebels, and we're going to give them food and aid and money. Yes, he did. He gave them over $100 million, the Houthi terrorists. And they used that money to buy rockets from Iran, who is their boss. They are a proxy puppet terrorist organization run by the IRGC, by Iran. They bought missiles and rockets and drones from Iran, and they are using those weapons for the last 9 months to fight a war in the Red Sea against the United States and our allies. The United Kingdom as well, Japan as well, India as well. They're fighting them all, but primarily the United States. They're targeting the United States specifically. That's our war. Undeclared, unannounced, but we're firing rockets every day. We have jets flying over and bombing on a regular basis. They're firing rockets at us every day almost. And they have sunk ships. They have killed Americans. That's a war. Whether or not the news media wants to declare it that, that's what it is. And that is what is going on. And we want 4 more years of people who are going to do the same exact thing. And the news media is protecting people who are going to do the same exact thing, that are going to allow Americans to die. Americans to be taken as hostage and killed. Look, I'm sorry, folks. I know it's not the happiest news to have on Labor Day. I get that. People want to watch football. You want to have your beer. You want to hang out with your friends. You're barbecuing if you can, depending on what the weather is across the country. The rest of the world is looking at this going, Americans are on a vacation. Look, they're getting ready for their election. There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of commercials coming out. It's entertainment for the rest of the world, political entertainment. I get that. But this is the reality. This is what your vote is about. This is what the election is about. This is what's affecting the world. These are the consequences of your vote. It's people dying. Not just Americans. There's the Brits. They have nine British hostages were taken by Hamas. We know there are various Germans and French, everyone except from Thailand. The Thai nation, they got all their people out. Thailand got all their people out. We should be having the negotiations with, literally, the Thai government should be making all the negotiations. They got out. We thought there were 11 Thai nationals that were initially taken as hostage on October 7th. By November, the Thai nation had negotiated and got 17. We thought there were 11. There were 17 Thai nationals that were being held hostage, being tortured by Hamas, sexually abused by Hamas. And somehow, Thai, not the United States, not the United Kingdom, not Germany, not France, not the EU, not Israel, the Thai nation got 17. They got all of their people, plus people we didn't even know that were taken as hostages, and got them all home. Everyone else is trying to get a ceasefire. They got their people home. I want the Thai nationals to be negotiating, because Antony Blinken, Secretary of State for the United States, he's failed. How many times has he been in Israel? How many times has he spoken in Qatar? He's gone to Gaza to talk with Hamas. How many times? Well over a dozen. Complete failure. Biden went there. He failed. He went there 3 times. He failed directly. Kamala never has been there, which is probably good for us, because she never does well. Every time she's tried to negotiate for the United States, she has failed. So probably good that she hasn't been there and she isn't involved. And everyone in the world recognizes that. Not one international source has ever connected Kamala Harris to the negotiations for the ceasefire. She has nothing to do with it. Be happy about that, because she's a failure at international discussion. Just ask South Korea how they feel about talking to Kamala Harris. She's a national embarrassment. That's the answer. But these are the realities. This is what your vote's about. These are the consequences of voting. You can tell me, Mike, but Orange Man bad. I get it. You have a feeling. You don't want to have a beer with Donald Trump. I get that. I don't care. Because this isn't about whether or not you're going to invite Donald Trump to dinner. I wish it was. I wish it was as simple as, well, he's not going to eat dinner with you. I wish it was that simple. It's not. So you can tell me Orange Man bad all day long, but I will tell you this. Rogue nations like Iran, like China, like Russia, were terrified of him. They stayed calm. They cut back. International terrorism reduced while Donald Trump was in office, because as much of a cowboy as he may or may not be, as crazy as he may or may not be, as much of an Orange Man bad as he may or may not be, no matter how mean the tweet, the world was more stable and more peaceful. He didn't start any new wars. He was trying to end wars. He did get peace deals in the Middle East. These are facts. China did not take action against Taiwan or the Philippines while he was in office. Russia did not invade the Ukraine while he was in office. They did under Obama. They definitely did it under Biden. But they didn't do it under Trump. Gee, I wonder why. It's not because they didn't have the interest. They obviously did. It's not like they didn't have a plan. They obviously have. They wanted someone who is weak, someone who is more concerned about the next election than the people or the consequences. And that's why we have a global food crisis. 30% less food in the world today. Why? Because of the war with Ukraine and Russia. There's less fertilizer, there's less wheat in the world, there's less food in the world. 30% less food than in 2019. And that isn't ending until at least the fall of 2025. See, that's the thing. It's 1 year off. If Russia and Ukraine suddenly had a ceasefire, they stopped fighting tomorrow, and I don't care, either side was able to, Russia keeps the wheat fields and the fertilizer that they've captured, or it goes back to the Ukraine, I don't care, and all the farmers wanted to start planting food immediately, we wouldn't see a change in the amount of food in the world until the fall of 2025 at the absolute soonest. Because you have to plant, you have to get through the winter, you have to plant the crops, they have to grow, and then you can collect them and distribute them. That's the way it works. You're looking at the fall of 2025. So as much as you hear Kamala say, food prices, I have the answer, it's price gouging. No, it's not. That's a lie. And it does nothing. It will do nothing. It will not change food prices. Partially because, primarily because of inflation, because Democrats spend too much money, but also because there's just 30% less food in the world. And as long as the Ukraine is fighting with Russia, there will be 30% or more less food in the world. That is just a fact, which means prices of food will remain as high or go higher than where they are right now. That's a fact. We've been talking about that since 2022. This channel, we have gone through week after week. We spent more than a year telling everyone about the food crisis. You don't hear that from Kamala Harris. You don't hear that from Joe Biden. You're not hearing that in the news media because this is a consequence of their policies and their actions, and you might not vote for them if you understood this. If you understood that it's not price gouging, something that 37 states in the United States have a law about price gouging. If that was a problem, at least one of those states would be doing something about it. At least one of those state laws would have been triggered, and those states, to protect their people and to look good for the election, would have come out and said, the prices are too high because of price gouging. Here's us going to court to protect the people, to lower the prices. Vote for my party. They would have done it already. It's not the problem. It's a distraction. It sounds good. Oh, evil corporation, that's the answer. Okay, I'm the good guy. I'm going after the big evil corporation. That's not the reason why the price of food is high. Has nothing to do with it. It's not the problem. And it's not going to solve the problem. It has nothing to do with the issue. I know I'm going through a lot of stuff. These things are all connected. And I don't mean this like some kind of, it's a conspiracy. No, this is math. This is logic. This is one-to-one logic. You have a war in the nation that provides the second most fertilizer in the world. You have a war in the third largest wheat provider in the world. The farmers, cannot farm because of the fighting. There is less food in the world. The price of food goes up. It's one-to-one logic. It's not a conspiracy. There's nothing conspiratorial about it. It's just the facts. It's just not well reported. So people think, oh, well, it must be a conspiracy because no one's talking about it. Why aren't they talking about it? What's the reason that they don't want you to know there's less food in the world than in 2019, and that's making the price of food higher? Because it's connected to the Ukraine war that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party want. They want this war. Joe Biden has said he wants to continue to fight through the Ukraine as our proxy against Russia for the next 10 years. I know people forgot about that 2 months ago. 2 months ago, he came out and he said, he signed a deal saying that we will continue to support and fund the Ukraine for 10 years as they fight Russia. So, yeah, that's why you're not hearing about the food crisis, because it's the Democrat problem. It's a direct result of their actions. And that's why they don't want to talk about it, because you might not vote Democrat, because someone other than a Democrat may have a different solution than continuing to fight that proxy war for 10 more years, which is costing us, we have to print more money, which means it's more inflation, which means the price of food and everything else goes up. Poor people become more poor, the middle class become the new poor, and you get screwed. This is not a conspiracy. This is simple logic. Let me see. So we got a comment here. Graham says, I've heard that grocery store chains operate on a 2% profit margin. That's not entirely correct, Graham. The ideal goal for most grocery stores, most grocery chains, is 5%. The margin is about 5%. That's the ideal. If they're hitting 5% to 7%, then they are in the sweet spot. They're making a ton. That's making money hand over fist. That's 5 to 7 cents on every dollar that is spent. That's their profit margin. You just happen to buy a lot of food, and food's expensive. So that's a lot of dollars. So that's a lot of 5 cents. That's a lot of nickels. But they don't really make a lot of money. They make almost none. And yes, most have been making, because of things like the lockdowns and such, they've been closer to 2 to 3%. Plus, we have a bad economy. So they're in the more to 2 to 3% range, 2 cents to 3 cents on every dollar, not even a nickel. So they've been trying to make up for that because they have expenses. You don't have a grocery store and work in a grocery store for free. You're not doing it because it's fun. It's a business. They want to make money. And you invest in the stock market. You have an IRA. You want these companies to do well. Your IRA, your stock portfolio, your retirement fund relies on them making money. So it's connected. It's not about the rich. It's about you. You want to retire? You want to have some money to retire with? You want businesses to make money. Period. Very straightforward. So no. It's a very small profit margin. And yes, Kamala Harris is being disingenuous when she tells the American people that it's price gouging. Graham goes on to say, maybe this is true because if one store arbitrarily raises prices on their items, customers will go to the other local grocery store that has lowered prices. That's true. For Kamala Harris to be correct about what she's saying, that price gouging is the thing, that it's not the global food crisis, that it's not connected to the Ukraine and the amount of fertilizer and wheat in the world, which is factually, internationally verifiable. That's a fact. But for Kamala Harris to say it's price gouging instead, then every single grocery store, all of the chains, all of the suppliers, all of the small guys, all have to have a conversation at once and say we're all going to raise the prices all at the same time to relatively the same level. They all have to, because I don't care which store you go into, the price of food is up 20 to 40% depending on where you go to store. I've had some people show me receipts that they've had from 3 years ago, from 2021 to today, that have doubled from around the country. Not in the big cities, in small cities. And I've had people send me the receipts and go, Mike, my grocery bill has doubled. It's not up 20%. It's not up 40%. It's 100% higher. I have a lot of people who've also shown me, and you can find this on the internet, between 20 to 40% more expensive, item after item after item. Eggs are over 100% higher. So we know unless every single one of the food chains and the suppliers all decide to raise their prices together all at once in this big mega conversation, that's a conspiracy theory. That's the conspiracy. Kamala Harris's price gouging is the conspiracy theory because it doesn't match the real world and what every nation in the world is going through. Madagascar had had food riots. Do people remember this? It was 2022, 2023. I think it was 2023. They had food riots because there's 30% less food in the world. They toppled their government because there's not enough food. We're lucky. We're in America. A lot of the people who are watching this show, you're in a first, maybe second world nation, and you're watching this. You don't have the same experience as the third world. The third world is starving. The third world doesn't have the resources to either buy the food or to plant and grow food. They don't have the stockpiles. They're starving. People in the second world, they're on a diet. In America, you don't really notice the difference. In America, we've got shelves upon shelves. Yes, there's often been 10 to 15% of the shelves have been empty on any given product at any given time. But we're America. We have dozens of different products of the same product, multiple. We're not worried. We can buy food from anywhere in the world. We're rich. Globally, the United States is rich. If we really want the food, we'll buy it. We'll just charge more for it, but we'll buy it. So we don't see the impact. We don't feel the impact. Not like the rest of the world. So I want you to see how this is all connected. How what's happening with the international policy, do you see how that all comes down to you, the individual? And how what America is doing or not doing, how that's affecting the rest of the world. They are connected. This is why we talk about the international. And yes, this is breaking news. But what's happening in Gaza is only one part of what's happening internationally. The lack of respect, the conflict created by bad policies by the Biden-Harris administration, who are more concerned about elections than the consequences of their policies, who are not paying attention to the details, and that's affecting the rest of the world. And ultimately, that means it affects you and me as individuals here in America. The news media doesn't want to stop and talk to you about this. They don't want to have that conversation with you. Because it's not difficult. You don't have to be you don't have to be a lawyer or a scientist or some super mega genius. You don't need a PhD to figure this out. The information is right in front of us all. It's there. You just need to know to look for the information, to take the time and not watch the Housewives of wherever the hell or 90 Day Fiancé. Screw them. Spend that hour and look at the details. It's all there. Graham, I hope that answers your question and gives you some greater understanding of what I was talking about in terms of food and how that connects back ultimately. It is connected directly to what's happening in Gaza, how Americans are dying, if not already dead. And Biden-Harris is doing nothing about it. They're not getting it done. Now, I also believe very strongly, this is my conjecture. This is my belief, not a feeling. My belief is that given what we know, the history that already exists of Donald Trump, whether you want to call him Orange Man bad or not, whether you think he's a good guy or a bad guy, doesn't really matter. Nations fear him. Terrorists absolutely despise and are terrified of him. That's why there have been 378 known and suspected terrorists coming into America. That's why we have caught many of them, several of them, I should say, over the last year and a half, that we have caught them, and they have plans to try and assassinate Donald Trump. We know this. This is a fact. It's been verified by the Secret Service. They've caught these people. They're trying to commit acts of terror in the United States. They're trying to assassinate Donald Trump. Not Joe Biden, not Kamala Harris. They're going after Donald Trump because they're afraid of Donald Trump. Because they can't do what they're doing now if Donald Trump's in office. And I think that in November we see Donald Trump win, you will see a change in the way that Russia's dealing with Ukraine. You will see Gaza give back the bodies of the Americans that they killed, and they will beg for forgiveness. They will beg that there is no retribution. You'll see China take a very different stance about how it deals with the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. They will change. Because whether you like Orange Man bad or not, he is effective. He is efficient. And Biden and Harris are not. But that's my opinion on that. Now, that's just my speculation. I could be completely wrong on that. But I'd love to hear the argument that says I'm wrong. What's the counter argument? Where's the effectiveness of the Biden-Harris policies anywhere in the world? Where have they been effective? Where are nations respecting the United States and our citizens? Because I don't see it. I do not see it anywhere in the world. So if you want to tell me, Mike, but you just don't understand. Fantastic, I don't understand. Where's your evidence? Where's your proof? Show me the example around the world. I pay attention to international news as well as domestic. I follow well over 20 different credible news agencies around the world. On a regular basis, I am reading about news on everything from food to fighting around the world every day. I can't point to a positive international outcome based on the Biden-Harris policies. Can you show me one? Obviously, it's not Sudan. It's not going to be Ukraine. It's not going to be Haiti. It's not in the Middle East. It's not in Southeast Asia. We're running out of territory and land in the world. What are you going to point to? It's not in Venezuela. It's not in Nicaragua, Honduras. It's not Central America. It's not South America, because they're all trying to migrate into the United States as well as Africa. Where we're running out of land here, it's not Central Africa. They're in the middle of a bunch of civil wars. That's happening, again, that's Sudan, but that's also Burkina Faso, and several other of the in middle lands there. What do we have left? South Africa? I mean, seriously, what do we got? Greenland? Iceland? South Africa? Australia? That's it. Does it make sense, folks? I mean, if I'm not making sense, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy. I'm thick-skinned. I've had these discussions with many, many political commentators, pundits, candidates of every party for, 18 years now. I'm confident. If you think I'm wrong, let's go for it. Sometimes I'm wrong. I'm not a genius. Well, put it like this, I'm not perfect. I do think I'm a genius. Might be, might not, but, definitely above average. Yeah, I'm not stupid. But I could be wrong. Where's the evidence? Not the feeling. We keep hearing people who have been conditioned to tell you and me their feelings, and we're supposed to say, well, that's a fact. No, it's a feeling. I'm giving you facts. I'm backing up those facts with evidence, with things that have historically happened, things that are verifiable internationally, that are verifiable by the government. I'm giving you data, and I'm saying this is what I make the conclusion from, the data. It doesn't matter how I feel. I didn't tell you how I feel about it. I mean, you can probably guess from the way I speak. You can guess from my tone, probably. But I'm giving you data, and I'm giving you a conclusion. I don't care how you feel about it. Doesn't matter how you feel. You don't like it. I don't like it either. Doesn't matter. So, let's see. Hot Chicks is with us. Hello, Hot Chicks. Good to see that you're here with us. And John Cordisco, who has Cordisco's Corner, he's with us as well. And Cordisco's Corner is a channel. He's with us right now. And he says, hello. He's in Albany. And he's playing in the New York State Chess Championship. So far, he has 2 wins and 1 loss. Hey, John, you're doing well. I never did get to play that chess game with you, John. I should have done it when I was in Binghamton. But I'm glad that you're doing well. 2-1, that's good. How many, what is it, a best of what? Is it best of 5 games? Is it best of 7 games? How are you advancing? And I hope you're going to get ranked higher. I really do. Do try and win that. I'd love to say that I know somebody who won the New York State Chess Championship. Oh, we got a call coming in, folks. Bear with me 1 second before you start speaking. Here we go. And thank you for calling into the program. Who can I say is speaking?
Mike, this is me, John. How's it going?
Hey, John. How you doing? We got a call.
I'm good. I wanted to call into the show during a...
Sorry, it's New York.
Okay. Wanted to call into the show when you took a break. I was enjoying what you were saying, of course. And you were going off there for quite a bit because I wanted to talk to you.
Hang on 1 second. It's New York. Okay, go ahead.
Wanted to call when you took a break because I enjoyed what you were saying there and didn't want to break your flow, of course, because everything you said was very accurate and I was fascinated where you were going with everything. So great job right there. I called in because I told you this week that I was going to go see the new Reagan movie and I wanted to talk to you about it on the show, depending on how it was. So I don't know if your audience has been following it. I know I brought it up maybe a month ago on the program that there was a new big movie with Dennis Quaid that was going to honor Ronald Reagan and his life. It was not going to be produced by the woke media or anything like that. And I was looking forward to it. And a lot of what you've been saying, Mike, and a lot of the issues that the Kamala Harris administration is going through, because let's be frank, it's not the Biden administration currently. I don't know. He's currently on vacation, I believe.
He is.
But the high inflation rates, the hostage crisis, all of this absolutely mirrors Jimmy Carter's America in 1976 through 1979. It's scary how accurate it mirrors everything, to be honest with you. And while watching the Reagan movie, they cover a lot of different things. But the scene where Reagan is debating Jimmy Carter, and he goes, if you want less inflation, you want to bring the hostages home, you want to lower food prices and gas prices, then you know who to vote for. And it was stunning to me because I thought, are they talking about modern day? It genuinely felt like that. It feels like we're living in that time period again.
Well, first of all, I didn't mention it because of the noise in the background. Thank you for calling in. And yes, other people watching, you can call in too. The number is going across the screen. I haven't had the chance to see the movie Reagan. It is on limited release at this time. It's not a Hollywood movie. It's obviously not a Disney movie because, it has white people in it and it's more conservative. It's not trying to tell you that the bad guys are the good guys. So it doesn't match up with modern politics or modern movie target audiences, according to the mainstream news media. But it's always good to support small businesses and small studios to get the entertainment that we actually want. Now, biopics are very interesting to me because these are real. We know the truth. So it's always interesting to see this. I remember the 70s. I remember the election between Reagan and Jimmy Carter. And I remember that we were going through stagflation at the time. And we had massive oil prices. It was a horrible time economically for the United States as well as militarily. We had the hostage crisis in Iran. So it is very much, it's again, we're seeing the cycle. We had weak president in Jimmy Carter, good man, weak president with bad policies that didn't help economically or in any other way. America was diminished, and the result was the world went into chaos. It is exactly what we're seeing right now.
I think it's an ironic time to release the movie. It really is. And it's a good time to release the movie because, and look, to your audience, if they think about seeing it, they absolutely should. Full review is pretty much, it's fantastic. The media absolutely hates the film, but it has about a 90% rating on Rotten Tomatoes from the fans. And it brought me a lot of hope, even through this time where everything's going pretty bad in our nation and across the world. It felt good to be reminded on why America is special. Something that I feel like a lot of people aren't talking about right now. And it's a good reminder of American exceptionalism as a whole. And so it's interesting to think about, especially like you said, with everything going on in the world, everything, and how we look to our allies. And it reminds us why we need a strong leader who understands why America is so great. Instead of a leader who says, oh, America's racist, oh, America's sexist, oh, instead of saying, America has done all these great things, and we've, have all these rights written out. We're the only nation that really is trying to protect free speech and all these issues. And it's a great reminder of why we need a president like that back in office.
I think so. It's interesting, we keep being told that we have to be this different kind of American. We have to have these different values. This is coming from the colleges. This is coming through the media, the news media as well. We're being told we're bad people for being Americans, and if we look back in history, every time we stray away from just being Americans, the world goes to hell. And it doesn't work out well for anyone. I mean, that's consistently what we have seen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And it's what kids are being taught in school. It's what, it's downplaying the achievements we've made throughout history. And what I loved about the film the most is it showcased a lot of our achievements in the country that I grew up in and that you've grown up in, and events that we've seen, and how we've really conquered the Soviet Union, how we've done these almost incredible feats that aren't being discussed anymore or are being overshadowed by our educators and in schools and in colleges. It's a good reminder of going back to basics. It really is. And that's the biggest strength of the movie, in my opinion. And like I said to your audience, I want this movie to do very well. Right. I want this movie to do well. And I've been critical of conservative media in the past. As you know, we've had our discussion on ISOM and other things. I don't want just a film that's agreeing with my positions. I want a film that's well acted, well directed, and this movie hits all the marks while having a great message of what makes America so special and what made Ronald Reagan so special. And it really mirrors the man who's currently running for president in the Republican Party, and why at the end of the day, there's only going to be really one option for people when it comes down to the election. I mean, do they want higher inflation rates? Do they want us to be seen as a joke on the national stage? Or do they want us to live up to our potential that we have and always have had?
Well, one of the things I think is important about the Reagan biopic, but any of them really, whether it's Ray, the biopic, is it biopic or biopic? I'm not sure. I think it's biopic. I'll go with biopic. I could be wrong. But no matter the biopic you're looking at, when they're done well, and some of them are, like Ray, and it sounds like this one as well with Reagan, it tells us a picture or shows us a picture of history. And I know they may change, in their personal lives. There may be a couple of things that are artistic license, but the facts that are going on, the background of what these people are living through, the things that are changing, we get a very clear understanding of what things were and how we now perceive them. We're told, if you listen to most of the colleges, you listen to most of the progressives, they think Reagan was a devil, that he was evil. They leave out things like, and Carter was weak, that Americans were captured and held hostage by Iran for 400 days, that that inflation, we had stagflation. We had to create a new economic term called stagflation for how badly the economy was doing, regardless of whether you were rich or poor in America. Everyone was suffering. And that led to suffering around the rest of the world, that the dominoes were falling. We don't get to see that perspective when the only thing we hear from them is, oh, yeah, Reagan was evil. He was a horrible guy. Oh, he didn't know what he was doing. He was out of his mind. Really? Because historically, for those of us who are alive, we know that's not true. And for people who weren't alive, this gives them a way to see that time frame without the lens of, oh, we have a political partisan objective, so we have to demonize this person, even though historically that's not correct.
It's definitely a hard task to make a biopic on anyone as big as Ronald Reagan, too, who has, everyone's going to have an opinion on Reagan. Everyone knows what he looks like, how he talks like. But I think Dennis Quaid, there were times, I've seen hundreds of Reagan speeches. I've seen, tons of news footage. There were points in that film where Dennis Quaid really convinced me he was Ronald Reagan, which shows how much he cares about the person, about the president, and about the legacy of Ronald Reagan, which I think was important. And if you watch any interviews with the actor Dennis Quaid, who plays Reagan, he talks about how much time he spent studying and reading and respecting the person behind who he was playing. And I think that's huge for me. And you also touched on something. It's different to see a picture where Reagan is in a positive light. And I was talking to my friend about this film because he wants to see it as well. And we were talking about the critics' score and how critics absolutely are tearing this film apart left and right. And he said the only way this film would have gotten a good review from the critics is if they went with the Dick Cheney movie a couple years ago, Vice, where they just demonized the man and they tore him apart instead of painting him in a respectful light. And this isn't, let me preface, this is not, people are trying to make this out to be a partisan film. It's not. It's to honor the accomplishments that Reagan did in office. This is not a necessarily conservative film. What this is just about the person, Ronald Reagan, who decided to run for office, who decided to fight the Soviet Union and portray him in the light that he deserves and with the accurate history. And I think that's what is making the left lose their minds about this film.
I was just checking it out, and the movie's actually doing pretty good for a small release film. It's already brought in $9 million worldwide, 9.2, with an opening day of 7.4 million. That's pretty good. We're just under, it's like 2,750 theaters. So it's doing well. Let's see. I want to see what the rating is. What is that?
I know the budget was about $25 million. It's a smaller budget, and there are scenes where you can kind of see it is a smaller budget film, but at the same time, it's so important to go out and see this movie because a lot of the times I've been critical, as someone who's critical of both woke media and propaganda films on the right, where I think it's just politics over purpose. This is a film that really demonstrates American exceptionalism with a well-produced cast who cares about the material it is so important to go and see this film.
Okay.
And I've said I want this film to do very well because it's also going to stick it to Hollywood and show, hey, people actually want movies where America's the good guy, where we have strong leaders, and to have a good message behind it.
I'm putting this into the chat. I want people to respond to this. Okay, stay on with me here, John.
Of course.
So, what do you think is without looking it up, don't go to Google, don't go onto your cell phone. I just want you to guess, what is the critic rating for the biopic Reagan 2024? Just came out 2 days ago. I'll tell you, there's 42 critic reviews right now. What do you think the critic score is? Make a guess.
I know it's pretty low, but everyone I've talked to who has seen the film absolutely loves it.
I understand,
That's
but I'm asking. There's a reason. Just go with me. I asked you a question. What do you think the critic score is?
What do I think it is?
Yeah.
12%?
Close. You're actually close. So let me put it on screen for everybody. This is amazing. It's 19%. The critic score, now mind you, the audience score is 98%. And this is after Rotten Tomatoes changed their system. So they've eliminated almost all of the public. They have silenced. They now have a popcorn meter instead of the tomato. They changed everything. They cut down by more than 50% the number of people who can actually leave a comment. So this is the reduced reaction. It has a 98 public score. That's you, me, people like you, John, people like me, 98%. The critics have it at 19%. Let me make it even easier for you. Hang on. Or even crazier. The top critics, not all critics, top critics rate this a 0. We're talking about, these are the people who thought that Captain Marvel and The Marvels and Madam Web, they're rating those movies better than this. They gave it a 0. So think about that. Echo, The Marvels, Madam Web. What's the one that just came out, completely failed? Borderlands. These are all movies that came out this week. The Adventures of the Magical Negro, the American Magical Negro, that movie, those were all better, theoretically, to these critics than Reagan. This is political. This is politics in action. Can you believe that? That they gave it a 0. They think Batwoman is better entertainment than seeing this movie. This is political.
They've made this movie that, again, I don't think it's got a political bias. It's just talking about the man and his achievements. And by the way, if you notice, the audience score for this is a 98%, right? And this is done on a budget probably 1/10 of most of those films with $25 million. It's astounding. But the reception by audiences has been great, like you said, and I think it's going to make its money back.
Well, let me give you, this is Richard Roeper out of the Chicago Sun-Times. His problem with this movie, which is why he's part of the top critics that gave it a 0, is it's a fawning biopic light on subtlety. So it's not subtle. It is a direct story about Reagan. He doesn't like it because it's positive. It is a positive story about Reagan. That's what he said. A fawning biopic light on subtlety. It's too positive about Reagan. That's his reason to give it a 0. Has nothing to do with the acting, has nothing to do with the cinematography, it has nothing to do with the writing. He doesn't like the politics. He gave it a 0. It's right here. He put that out. Excuse me, let me be fair. He gave it a 2 out of 4. I stand corrected. He gave it a 2 out of 4 on August 30th. But that's just ridiculous. That's his reason? Because it's positive about Reagan? It's insane. This is insane.
It is. It's crazy, but it's good that people are seeing it. And the only way you're going to tell is by watching this yourself. People can make up their own mind, and I think it's going to expose that the critics are full of it. They have no idea what they're talking about here, right? And it's going to expose the critics as a whole for what they are, which is partisan. Because any normal person, you go show them this movie, I think they're going to love it. I think they're going to think the acting is good, and I think they're going to feel pretty good, positive after coming out of that film and saying, wow, look at how we won the Cold War.
Well, according to the Chicago Sun-Times, yeah, it is a positive movie, and that's why they don't like it. That's the point. They don't like it because it is positive, because it is. He couldn't pick. This is the thing. He's not saying that it's badly. We've seen movies that have bad CGI, that have bad writing, that have bad everything. He's saying none of those things. Those aren't the problems with the film. Those are okay. He doesn't like the politics. See, that's the problem. So you're right. He's admitting you are right, that the audience, which is saying it's 98%, they're okay with a positive political message because it's a positive movie. Okay. You don't have to demonize Reagan to make it a good movie.
Yeah.
That's just amazing.
It is. And compare that, and like I said, I was talking to a friend about this. The only way the critics would have liked this is if they went in the direction of that movie that came out a couple of years ago, Vice, which was all about Dick Cheney and villainizing Dick Cheney, and it's very similar to Reagan, except it made Cheney the bad guy, and it made George W. Bush the bad guy, and the critics loved it, right? And I saw it. I didn't think the writing was that great, and I didn't think the acting was that great or anything like that, but the critics fawned over it because of the politics behind it.
Yeah.
But when you have a movie that does good writing, does its research very well, goes right to the sources. They had Michael Reagan, Reagan's son, talk about the film and talk about the accuracy of it. When you have all that, critics hate it because it's the political aspect, because it paints him in a positive light, and they can't stand that.
Well, yeah, it's like I said, we have seen several flops throughout the year, even in this summer. They have completely failed consistently, and they're happy with that. It's because it's telling the political story, the partisan story they want. So that's kind of, not a shock. But by the way, bringing this back a little bit, did you hear about the American being killed today?
Can you repeat that, Mike? Hear about the
American who was killed by Hamas.
I did, yes.
Okay. So you've heard my coverage about it, I think. What are you hearing from the other news media? I haven't seen their coverage. How are they talking about the American being killed and being killed by Hamas? Or are they talking about ceasefire, Israel's evil?
So I've talked to a couple people about this so far, because I had a couple people reach out to me about it, ironically enough, when this occurred. And the general consensus from the people I've talked to is they've been talking about my friends who are liberal but Jewish are absolutely outraged that they're still calling for a ceasefire when this has occurred. This is from liberal, progressive Jewish friends of mine, who I have a couple, and they reached out to me to hear my opinions on it. And they have been outraged at this administration and for those calling for ceasefire. Online, I've been seeing the same thing. Ceasefire, nothing has changed. It's like it doesn't even register to them because they don't want to hear this. This is against their view of how they view Hamas as some freedom-fighting revolutionary, pro-left wing militia group. I don't even know. That's probably how they view it, and that's from what I've seen. They don't want to acknowledge this news.
Okay, so it's not just me that
No.
is saying it. I mean, I know that there are other individuals, like the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, who came out today at 6 a.m. and said he will never forget his meeting last October with the parents of Hirsch Gold, the American who died. His name is Hirsch Goldberg Poland, and other hostage families. Today's tragic news is a devastating reminder of the need for unconditional release of all the hostages and an end to the nightmare of the war in Gaza started by Hamas. And so he gets it, that this is horrific. He saw this. Do you know that this guy, Hirsch Goldberg Poland, the DNC had his family up on stage at the DNC. And he's dead now because of the policies of the people, the anointed candidate, Kamala Harris, and the part-time zombie president, Joe Biden, backed by the DNC, caused this kid to die.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's sad.
It is. It's very sad. It's sad that they're playing politics instead of actually, and I see the comment right underneath it. If you look I'm looking at your Twitter feed, the comment right underneath it, he refused to say Hamas. He refused to call them out. And we need to, as a nation and as a people, call out who is doing this. And we need to hold them accountable. It's that simple. Our elected officials need to say who is doing this instead of just saying ceasefire, 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 and talking about Israel. Why don't we flip the narrative and say, well, what about Hamas? Like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I say it all the time. It's Hamas.
Yep.
Let's call them who they are. We know who it is. It's Hamas, the terrorists. And that's the problem. But,
it is.
I just wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to, because we also know that U.S. troops were hurt by ISIS. ISIS is back. And we're fighting in Iraq again against ISIS. And by the way, the American government denied this. They hid this. This happened 2 days ago. But we're only finding about it now. Did you know that? That Americans...
I did not know. But I mean, it's not shocking, right? It's not shocking because of how we retreated from the Middle East. It's not shocking with how we're pulling troops out with no rhyme or reason and leaving others there. It's not shocking that ISIS would use this opportunity to come back because of how weak we look right now and how little we're doing and how we're bending a knee to foreign countries. It's not shocking. Yeah. So when you tell me that, no, I didn't hear it, but it makes sense.
Yeah, and
especially under this administration.
It's true. The Biden-Harris administration declined to admit that we were fighting against ISIS because ISIS was about to attack us and other people in Iraq. And we were part of that. 7 Americans got wounded, several military, U.S. military, got wounded in the operations. The Washington Post is just talking about it. And if you go to the AP, this is the Associated Press, 7 troops hurt in a raid with Iraqi forces that left 15 ISIS members dead. Okay. This is in Baghdad. And according to the Associated Press, the article is right here. And they say, it wasn't immediately clear why it took 2 days for the U.S. to acknowledge it took part in the raid. Iraq did not say that the U.S. took part in the operation when initially announcing it. Politicians debate the future of having American troops in the country. That's the reason. The reason why you didn't hear about it is this is the election. And this week, all the middle of America, people are paying attention to the election. And here we are, we're still fighting in Iraq under the Biden-Harris administration. And they're getting Americans hurt fighting ISIS that was gone. We virtually wiped them out under Trump, and under Biden, they came back. Gee, do you think that's a failure? I mean, let me ask you, does that make sense? Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely on the money, Mike. I mean, you summed it up perfectly. I couldn't say it better than myself, but it's a sad state of affairs we're in, and I hope that people start to remember this as the election comes closer and closer, and they start to shout white noise from the Kamala camp, and they try to distract us from what's actually going on in the world. Because, like it or not, this is Kamala's administration, too. It is the Biden-Harris administration, and people need to remember that. Every time she promises to change something, well, why isn't she changing it now when she is in office currently? People need to remember that. And I'll leave you with that point because I got to run, Mike. But thank you so much for letting me call in. I always appreciate it. And have a great rest of the show, Mike.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for calling in. So, folks, as you can tell, I always enjoy. Now, John, he's worked with me before. He's a good friend of mine. So I always enjoy when John R. comes. You sometimes see him do shorts on the program. And so you see that. He has his own little shorts that he does, and you see that. But I think he made a good point about Reagan, the movie. I think that does tie into what we're seeing today, the way that we're being told we have to change the way we think, the way we react. And because of this change, where, again, history repeats itself. It's a cycle. It keeps going back over. We keep going backwards to this as they keep trying to tell us, but you have to change. You have to become more, well, the indoctrinated, more socialist, more progressive. And the more that we try and go down that path, the more we go back into the problems that we've seen in the past. And we're seeing that they're trying to manipulate so many things. I mean, think about it. As I was just showing you, that ISIS is back. Did you know that? I don't think most of the average people in America who are paying attention to the sports, who are paying attention to 90 Day Fiancé, they don't know ISIS is back. ISIS is growing. And we're still in Iraq. We got 2,500 troops there. And we're still fighting. And somehow, we're still fighting ISIS, and we don't hear anything. What the Biden-Harris administration has nothing to say about our fight with ISIS. They have nothing to say as we are actively in firefights and our troops are being injured. They've got nothing to say about this. This is critical. This is what the election's about. I mean, we need an entire debate just on international policy, because it affects each and every one of us. How many people who are members of ISIS have come into America as a refugee and have tried to get into the United States to try and then commit an act of terror? We know 378 known or suspected terrorists have come into America. That comes from the Customs Border Patrol itself, the United States government. It's their number. 378. That is an increase by 3,400%. Let me say it again. 3,400% increase in the number of known and suspected terrorists in the United States under the Biden-Harris policies for the American border. That is 34 times more terrorists in America. And ISIS is growing. ISIS is returning. ISIS is fighting. And we're having our troops wounded. But we're not supposed to talk about that. You're not supposed to know about that. Yes, I know the story, but Mike, the story was in Washington Post. Mike, the story was in AP. And what's the story that they're pushing this morning? It's not this. This isn't the main news story that the news media is trying to push. They're not trying to have a conversation about that. They're talking about Kamala Harris's interview with CNN, which was abysmal. We'll get to that in the second half of the show. But they're talking about that, and they're trying to tell you she was brilliant. It was so wonderful. They're trying to tell you that Cornel West and third parties should just drop out and all become Democrats. That's what they're trying to convince you of. They don't want to talk about this. They don't want to talk about the consequences of the policy. They'll say, oh, Kamala Harris is going to help the economy. She's going to fix food prices. And she can't. Oh, she's going to fix housing prices. Yeah, just like the way she's going to fix food prices. She can't. But they're going to tell you that because now you're paying attention. It's the election and they want to win. They have an agenda and they're not honest enough to tell you ahead of time. I tell you all the time, I'm a conservative Republican. I have no problem saying that. I have a political point of view. And I'm going to talk from that point of view. Does that mean I'm always going to be right? No, doesn't mean I'm always going to be wrong either. But you know how to evaluate me. Oh, well, Mike is partisan. That's why Mike uses left-leaning news media and shows you the articles and the issues so that you can make up your mind for yourself, because I think you're intelligent. You're a human being. You have agency. You can read and you have comprehension. You can make up your own mind when you are given the facts. This is what I think these facts lead to. I could be wrong. You get to make the choice. As opposed to what you get off of MSNBC, what you get by CNN, what you're getting from the White House. They've made the decision for you. They're telling you what you should feel, and they're also telling you, don't worry about the facts. That's a problem. That's authoritarian. So, let me go to the comments here. And in the comments, we have Graham. Oh, by the way, Graham had asked earlier, how old was I when Carter and Reagan were debating? I was 12. I was born in 1968. I was 12. I'm 56 now. And he goes, well, that's pretty young. How would you remember about the politics? Well, this is what he asked in the chat. And the answer is, well, I had teachers in kindergarten and first grade, I think it was first grade, who were teaching us about politics because back in the past, you used to get civics. Teachers used to teach us about the election process, the system. We used to get that as part of learning. They don't do that anymore. Not even in high school. They don't teach that anymore. That was commonplace. But in particular, just like the libs of TikTok today, back then, many teachers were left-leaning. And they injected their ideology, their politics, into teaching us. I didn't know that part when I was 12. What I knew is I went to class. We were in class. The teacher was teaching us about elections, and we had a mock election in the classroom, and she was telling us how great Carter was and had almost nothing to say about Reagan besides he was an actor, which didn't mean a whole lot to us at 12. But it was that impetus she was giving to us to say, oh, but you should be voting for Carter. Carter is better. So I voted for Carter. When I came home, I told my mom about it, and a friend of my family at the time was there. I remember Kitty. She was there. She was from the South. She was part of an interracial marriage. She and her husband had to leave the South because Southern Democrats would literally try and kill them because she was in an interracial marriage. And I was talking to Kitty. I was talking to my mother. And I said, hey, we learned, we had a mock election, and I voted for Carter because the teacher said vote for Carter. And Kitty's like, you know what? She lived in the same state as Carter, where he was governor. She's like, I know that, man. I follow his politics. He wouldn't let you into his church. You could not go to church in the same church as Jimmy Carter in 1978, 1980. Couldn't. So why are you voting for him? I said, well, the teacher told me to. Don't listen to your teacher anymore. That's the lesson I had. That's the politics. See, and that's the conversations we had in the 70s, early 80s that we were having teaching kids to give them a way to critically think. You don't get that anymore. So going forward, Graham asked the question, Mike, with the way that the Israel Hamas, it's not Palestine, it's Hamas. The government is Hamas. The government of Israel versus the government of Gaza, which is Hamas. terrorism. So it's the Hamas-Israel war, has been so ugly and depressing for many Americans. Well, war is depressing, no matter who it is. It's always depressing. Do you think this foreign war, it's not a foreign war. The Hamas-Israel war is not a foreign war. Americans are dying. An American was killed by Hamas. They have been killed since October 7th. We had Americans getting killed. 33 of them. 2 of the hostages have been killed by Hamas. So it is a U.S. war. American citizens are being killed. Civilians are being, not our troops, civilians are being killed. U.S. is involved in this. So it is not a foreign war. This is a war we are definitely in the middle of. They have our people hostage right now, probably all dead because of the torture and sexual abuse, but we are involved in this. It isn't a foreign war. We are dead center. The ceasefire gives us back our people. If Hamas releases our people, they get a ceasefire. We are in the middle of this. Do not think of this. And I know the media wants to make it sound like it's a foreign war. It has nothing to do with America. They have tried to distance the connection that America has to this conflict. The conflict is they killed our people. They torture our people. They're holding our civilian people hostage. We are involved. It's not a foreign war. But he goes on to say, again, I'm not picking on you, Graham. I'm just clarifying. So, do you think this war, with Americans involved, will further dissuade Americans from supporting unnecessary interventionist military excursions overseas? Well, what's unnecessary? Again, we should be involved with what's going on in Gaza because they started the fight. They killed our people. And even if Israel doesn't want to do something, I would have recommended going in and carpet bombing Gaza, just like in 9/11, because there's no difference. There's no difference between 9/11 and what happened on October 7th for Americans. American civilians were targeted by radical, fanatical terrorists, and they were killed. There is no difference between 9/11 and Gaza right now, Hamas with the hostages. The only difference is that instead of just killing all the Americans, Hamas still has Americans that are held as hostages. That's the only difference. They're torturing Americans as we speak. That's the difference. They're sexually abusing Americans, as confirmed by the UN, as we speak. That's the difference. That's the only difference between 9/11. So, yeah, it's not unnecessary. It's absolutely necessary. We should be more involved. And if we were, then this would be over. This would end. The only reason why it's continuing is because Joe Biden, Kamala Harris are afraid to take action because it may cost them votes. It's the right thing to do. It would help the hostages. It would protect Americans. It would make it less likely that terrorists would ever take another American again. That would be good, but it may cost them votes. Therefore, they won't do it. That's evil. And I will not trade evil for comfort. Never. It's not worth it. That's not a trade-off that's even thinkable. Can't do it. Now, what else is unnecessary? We're fighting the Houthi terrorists of Yemen because they're attacking us. Because they're blowing up ships, which makes everything that we buy more expensive. Because a lot of goods that are being shipped around the world, including food, including oil, go through the Suez Canal. They go through the Red Sea. That's a massive international shipping lane. And so that is critical to our economy. So we're trying to protect American ships, American sailors, both military vessels and civilian. For us and our allies, it's necessary. We're fighting a necessary war. It should be declared what it is. We're fighting a war Just like we would fight a war against Hamas, same as we fight a war against ISIS, we're fighting a war against the Houthis. They are trying to kill us, both economically as well as physically. So we're fighting a war. It's necessary. So what's unnecessary? That's a key word. What's unnecessary? We got 16,000 Americans that we threw away in the Sudan because Joe Biden, Kamala Harris were afraid of the backlash, because someone might say it's unnecessary for the American government to get involved to protect or to try and rescue 16,000 Americans in that war zone. I think the answer is we go in and do it. Is it politically the best thing to do? I think so. Is it the right thing to do? Absolutely. But they are looking at it politically from the left and saying it's not worth it, because they'll say it's unnecessary. 16,000 Americans tell me it's absolutely necessary. Same thing with Haiti. 40,000 Americans. Should we be involved with, it is 3 hours away from America's coastline. 3 hours. There are 40,000 Americans in Haiti who are being threatened. Their lives are being endangered and threatened as we speak in Haiti, 3 hours away from us. We could easily, it's our backyard, it's right outside our doorstep. We could instantly take this over and we could fix this problem. But they say, but that's an unnecessary conflict. We shouldn't be involved in that conflict. There's 40,000 Americans there. Yes, we should be involved in that conflict. It is not unnecessary. 40,000 Americans make it absolutely necessary, especially when it's right outside our doorstep. Yes, we should be involved. So there's my problem. What's unnecessary? So Graham Dow goes to say, expeditionary interventions and their supporters are largely ensconced in government and corporate leadership. So long as the same leadership group stays in control, the policy won't change. Yeah. If we don't change these people, we're going to keep getting these results, that Americans are going to be abandoned, that terrorists are going to be encouraged to continue to kill and threaten American citizens. I agree with that. Graham says, by foreign war, I mean that the combat is taking place geographically in another part of the world, like, as the example, in Gaza. Okay. And my answer stays the same. It isn't unnecessary. I don't care where in the world the fighting is. I just gave you 3 examples. Gaza, Middle East, or Israel, Middle East. You've got Africa, the Sudan. You've got the Caribbean. That's Haiti. 3 foreign lands. They're not part of American soil. But yet, there is a absolute reason why we should be involved. American citizens. America's interests in the world. Our ability to protect and help ourselves. Oh, I left one out. There's a 4th one. Well, that's the Red Sea. That's basically the edge of the Far East. So those are 3 very different areas around the world, but it's necessary. So the question isn't where is the conflict happening? It's what is the conflict? Do I care about the conflict that's happening in Chile or Canada or Morocco? Not so much, no. To be fair and to be honest, not so much. Why? They're not Americans. It's not American interests. Am I really concerned about a nation where the United States it's not our ally, and we don't have a treaty that guarantees and mandates that we must be involved? Am I worried about those conflicts? Not so much. No. Do I care as much as I do when American citizens are there? No. And you know what? We're really not that much involved in them. Those aren't the places that America is getting involved. We're not dealing with Venezuela right now. Why? They're not our problem. Venezuela is Venezuela's problem. They decided to become a socialist nation and starve their people, to bankrupt their country. Got nothing to do with America. I don't really care. Oh, their people are coming to America as refugees. That's fantastic. Don't let them in. Why? We're not the first safe country. The rule is you have to go to the first safe country. Well, long before you get to America, there's a dozen other countries from Venezuela before you get to the southern border of America. Stop there, deal with that. And Mexico is, compared to the world, compared to Venezuela, it's completely safe. So there's your stop. Go to Mexico. Go to Mexico, ask for asylum, deal with it there. Don't come to America. And if Mexico says no, that doesn't mean come to America. It means go back to your own country. It's not my problem. No, sorry. And I know people say, but Mike, that's harsh. We can't save the world. I wish we could. America's a great country. We're absolutely powerful economically, militarily, in terms of politics and freedom. We are a huge motivating factor in the world, for good and for bad. Absolutely. But we can't save the world. You can't save everyone. This isn't an anime. It's not a video game. You can't. You have to make choices. And some of those choices mean that some people will be left out. It sucks. It's not the nicest thing to say. It's the truth. You try and save everyone, you save no one. That's the reality. That's the truth. You save who you can, and you have a priority. My priority? Americans first. American interest first. Period. Because it's my country. If you're Venezuelan, you're going to tell me, well, you have Venezuela's interest first. Fantastic. I'm happy for you. I'm not upset about that. I'm never going to tell someone that they shouldn't have their country and their country's interests first. If you're in the UK, you should want the UK to be first. That's your priority. If you happen to be in Bangladesh or India, you want India to be first. That's your country. I get it. Fantastic. I have no problem with that. But you shouldn't have a problem with me saying America first for the same exact reason. I hope that makes that a little bit more clear. I hope that helps, Graham. And again, if anyone thinks I'm not being clear, if you don't understand my point or how it reacts or relates, let me know. I will try and clarify. But I think these things are important because it's election season and no one is talking about this. CNN, MSNBC, ABC, they're not talking about this as part of the election. They're not telling you to evaluate the Biden-Harris legacy, their history, their record of accomplishments and failures. They're not counting this in there. They're telling you it's a foreign war. We have nothing to do with it. No, it's ours. You hear from Columbia, you hear from Harvard, you hear from UCLA and Binghamton University, and they're telling you, oh, no, the bad guys are Israel, the good guys are the terrorists. That doesn't make any sense. And you're not supposed to question that. Oh, just stay quiet. You don't agree? Well, just be quiet. You're not supposed to have an opinion. I'm a professor at Harvard, so I'm smarter than everyone. No, you're not. No, you're not. I've met many, many professors from many, many colleges around the world. Just because you're smart in your book, smart in that one thing, doesn't mean you're the smartest person in the world. Doesn't mean you know everything about everything. Really doesn't. There are many things that I am very skilled at, that I have a great deal of knowledge on because of life experience and effort that people in Harvard have never tried to do. They aren't experts at everything because they're an expert at one thing. Just because you have a degree, a piece of paper that a college gave you, doesn't mean that your IQ suddenly went up 50 points. It doesn't work that way. That's not the reality. So the fact that they have an opinion on something does not mean they are right. Doesn't mean that they've got all the information or that they understand all the nuances. And the fact that they have on top of that, a insular echo chamber political party directive viewpoint that they're pushing out there, partisan blinders on. Yeah, I may have mine as well, but they're seeing different things. And it doesn't mean that either one of us are necessarily correct. That's why I tell you, look at the information. Don't just trust me. Look at the information. Look at it for yourself. Make up your own mind. I'm more than happy with people who say, Mike, I don't agree. Okay, why? Don't tell me you feel like I'm wrong. I don't care. Mike, I feel like you're just evil. Okay, I don't care. What people say it all the time. What was it a week ago? Democrat Mike was telling me, Mike, you're just going to go to hell because I don't agree with his political ideology. Because I don't agree with the political ideology of Kamala Harris. So I'm going to hell. No, I'm not. I'm very, very confident that I will never go to hell just because of my politics, because I don't agree with the Democratic Party. That's not a problem. I guarantee you, God doesn't care about my politics. God cares on whether I'm a good person or a bad person. Have I lived properly or not? Did I live by his word as I understand it or not? That's important. Whether or not I vote for Democrats, God doesn't care. God does not care. And if you're trying to convince people that God cares about how you vote, you have a very warped way of looking at God and the world. That's my opinion. Now, you may think I'm wrong. Okay. You have that right. You tell me you feel, I don't care. Your feelings will change in 5 seconds. If I wait 15 seconds, you will have a different feeling than what you had before. 9 out of 10 times. So your feelings are transitory. Facts are not. Opinions, not necessarily. I can have an opinion for decades until I get a different set of facts to change my opinion. A different set of circumstances to understand the facts and change my opinion. A feeling, I'll have a new feeling in 5 seconds. Feelings are transitory. They're meaningless. Anyway, let me go on. Let me move forward. And by the way, when I say, I know someone may say, but Mike, ISIS isn't back. These threats aren't necessarily there. ISIS is back. ISIS is in Germany. ISIS is in Sweden. ISIS has come back under the Biden-Harris administration not just to have fights with Americans in Iraq. They're now in Sweden making terrorist plans to attack Germany. You don't have to believe me. Deutsche Welle, the news agency of Germany, will tell you about that. They've made this very clear. This is from August 20th. And by the way, ISIS also is the reason why there was a member of ISIS running around in Germany stabbing people because they were Christian. That's the reason. Not because of their politics, not because of anything they did. They're Christian. So a member of ISIS, this is why they're terrorists, folks. These is why they're fanatics. Because this member of ISIS and possibly others involved in this process as well, they're still searching for other suspects. These members of ISIS want you dead just because you don't believe what they believe. You don't think the way they think. And they can't allow that. That's terrifying. This is a group, an organization that Trump beat. They were virtually gone. They were off the face of the earth. And now they're back. They grew to strength under Obama because he did nothing about it. He was lackluster at best in his reaction to it. And you can also blame G.W. Bush if you want. Also, did not have a plan in terms of Iraq, in terms of Afghanistan. He didn't have a clear plan, didn't have a clear exit strategy. Those were problems. You can blame G.W. Bush for that. That's his fault as well. Obama came in, said, I'm going to change all that. Didn't have an exit strategy, didn't have a plan, didn't react properly to ISIS at all. And thus the problem grew and grew. And then we got Trump to come in and actually have an exit strategy, have a plan, and he made it happen. And ISIS was almost gone. And now Biden's back and they're back. Because we don't have an exit strategy, because we don't have a plan. Weak leadership versus strong. It's very clear. And it affects everyone in the world, not just America. Okay, Graham, I see you there. I see you, Graham. And Graham says, wait, Michael, didn't you just say that you would advocate for carpet bombing Israel? No, I said I would carpet bomb Gaza, Hamas. I would carpet bomb Gaza and Hamas because they killed American citizens, because they dared to take American citizens hostage. 9/11. Not Israel, Hamas. If I heard that correctly, I think God does not approve of mass slaughtering civilians. He doesn't. I'm not a saint. I'm not an angel. I got no problem with that. I never said that I'm Gandhi. I'm not. and people should never confuse me with Gandhi. I have no problem with saying that. I have a very strong sense of law and order. I have no problem using the force when necessary to protect, excuse me, I have no problem using force to protect America and the American people. I have no problem with that. And if that means that I have to carpet bomb Hamas, I'm good with that. I got no problem. Now, will God enjoy that? Would God look at me favorably because of that? Probably not. Would that send me down? Maybe. I'm willing to take that risk. That's on me. That's my soul. I have to live with that. I don't ask others. But then again, that's why I'm not president. So, I understand. I very likely could not win an election because when I get asked a question like that, I will tell you the truth. Would I protect Americans to the point of carpet bombing the enemy to protect American lives? Yes. I have no problem with that. Absolutely. Do not kill Americans. Period. Full stop. No excuse. No reason. I do not want to see I do not want to see terrorists targeting Americans. You will not like the response. If I were the president, they would not like the response. There's a reason why people do not go and have terrorist acts against Russia. No one ever tries to hijack a Russian plane. It's almost never that you see terrorist acts in Russia because they're insane. They're psychotic. I'm not saying we should be Russia, but I am saying, would I carpet bomb Hamas? Absolutely. No problem. Graham says, what about their loved ones? What about our loved ones? Now we're trying to trade feelings. Now you're trading feelings. The argument that says, but you're going to harm their people. They harmed our people. I'm making sure it's not going to happen again. I'm giving them an impetus. Their people elected terrorism and terrorists. Okay, you accept what goes along with that. Elections have consequences. You elected terrorists. In their constitution, as their guiding principle, they say they will kill everyone that doesn't believe what they believe. That's the charter of Hamas. They've been very clear about that. They are a terrorist organization. They kill babies and children because they target babies and children and women. I don't. Now you can say, Mike, you're a monster. Maybe, but I'm not a terrorist. I will protect my people. I did that in the Marines. I do that in my private life. I will protect my people. I don't target children. I don't target babies. I'm not suggesting America should, but I could go that far. I will protect America and Americans as fully as I can. And terrorists should be aware of that. And when terrorists are aware of that, say like under a Reagan, under a Trump, under a strong president, they back down quickly. Graham says, well, Mike, that's a disproportionate, murderous response. I don't think so. An eye for our eye leaves the world blind. No, it doesn't. Because it hasn't. I understand the feeling. And again, this is why we don't have one person. We have a Congress. That's why we have a Supreme Court. We have a judiciary. We have a representative government. We have elections that are open and they're supposed to be open and transparent. We have conversations. That's why we have the internet. And I'm not saying I'm right. Everyone has to do what I say. I'm not an authoritarian. I'm not a liberal. I'm willing to hear the argument. I recognize that's not the best answer. See, that's the part people miss. I recognize the failure, the weakness, or the difficulty of what I'm saying, of where I'm willing to go. But I rely on having the conversation and saying, okay, I want to go in guns blazing, full throat. And we're going to have other people say, Mike, well, we're going to pull back a little bit. We're going to, because I want, because the enemy knows. Because the enemy, which is terrorism, which is Hamas, excuse me, which is the enemy, which is Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and Iran. I want them to understand clearly there are Americans that will go that far if they push us, if they give us the opportunity, if they push so everyone is listening just to me, this is how far we will go. Be happy. Most of America isn't willing to do what I am willing to do. Be aware that if America lets loose, this is what's coming to you. Be happy. Be encouraged, these terrorist organizations, these terrorist nations, to go the middle ground. Don't leave no other option except for what I am saying. That is diplomacy. Well, what did, I think it was Teddy Roosevelt, speak softly, carry a big stick. That's same ideology that I have. I got a big stick. I'm willing to use it. Same reason why we dropped the nuclear bomb twice in Japan. Same reason. Got a big stick. I'll use it. Don't attack Americans. Don't make us go there. Take the kinder route. Take advantage of the generosity and kindness of America, because there is another side to it. There is another option. Oh, John, and by the way, John Cordisco got back to us about his competition in Albany for the New York State Chess Championship. And he has 6 rounds, 5 sections, and he is in the under 1,500 rating section. Cool. I hope you're going to do well, John. I want to hear about success. But folks, I hope you understand what I'm saying in reference to Graham's question. And I'm not saying you have to agree with me. This isn't a requirement. Again, we're individuals. We have agency. We have choices. We have reasons. And I'm trying to explain, and hopefully I have explained what my reasoning is and what is my extreme. Okay, there you go. Now, you can say, that's unacceptable. Good. I'm okay with that. What's the alternative? Let's give them another alternative before we get to where I am. I'm perfectly fine with that. Let's impress upon them. Here are your options. This is one of the options. Don't choose that option. Don't force us to only have that option. There's another path. Take it. We really strongly suggest you go a different way. Or better yet, don't kill our civilians. Don't take our civilians hostage. Don't torture and sexually abuse our our American citizens for your political gain. Don't do that. Because when you do, you're not going to like the response. John Cordisco says, funny, would they say a disproportion of citizens were being killed in Germany the last 2 years of World War II? Oh, you mean when we were firebombing Germany? Yeah, and you're right, John. It's very similar in the same thinking. I don't want to have that war. I don't want to have to do that, but I'm going to do it. So I hopefully never have to do it again. This is the nature of the world to an extent. And I wish it was more kumbaya, hugs, and rainbows. It's not. I don't care how many times that the liberals want to say, but if we just hug everyone, it'll be okay. It's not. Bad people exist. People are petty and greedy and envious and vindictive and everything. People have all of those emotions and all of those reasons. And some people are just psychopaths. It happens. The world is not rainbows. I've lived far too long and I have been through far too many circumstances, both in being homeless, living across the world. I've been through too much to have this false belief that if I just, walk around with a rainbow and hug everyone, it's going to be great. It's not. Maybe Gandhi could get away with believing that. I'm not Gandhi. It's just reality. It's just reality. And the reason why we don't see more terrorists trying to take over America and take Americans hostage and torture them and kill them, the reason why it's not more common is because there are people just like me, not only in the military, but in private life as well. And they are terrified. Why do you think during the Cold War, why did Russia not attack America? It's not because they have nukes, so do we. They didn't mind having that fight. They had a large army, just like we did. Matter of fact, they had a larger army. They have enough resources to be able to build a military almost as well as we do. They had, back in the 50s, about as much technology as we did. They had the same German scientists that we had gotten. Why did they not try and attack the United States, which they could reach easily? You can go right over to Alaska. It's 3 miles. You could swim the distance between Russia and, the old Soviet Union and Alaska. It's 3 miles. You could swim that, theoretically, if it weren't so cold. I mean, it's really easy to get to. And from there, you're through Canada and into Northern America. You can easily make that trip. It's very fast. They could do it. Why didn't they? Because every American, the theory is every American has a gun. It's what the Japanese said. We've woken up a giant. There's an American with a rifle behind every blade of grass. Because you're going to have to fight everyone. And realistically, it's 1 out of 2 Americans own a gun. And for every one of those Americans, that half of America that owns a firearm, they own 2.5 firearms. So you're fighting everywhere. And that's why nobody wants to attack America itself. No one wants to invade America without something else happening. If we had a civil war, they would invade. Without a civil war, no one will try and invade America because you fight everywhere. There is no safe ground. There is no safe place. Oh, but they could go to the progressive cities. They could go to places like L.A., or they could go to Boston, or they could go to Chicago or New York, Baltimore. Are you kidding me? First of all, there is no city in America that's uniformly 100% anything. Period. Doesn't exist in America. There is no city like that. So You're not going to have a safe space like that. And again, one out of two Americans own a gun, and they own 2.5 guns. And now you're invading their home. Yeah, you've got no safe space. I don't care how many people you think are in the Democratic Socialists of America, which is a splinter, a sliver of the Democratic Party, a hyper tiny part of American politics and the American people. They're lucky if they have 3% of the population, if that. They're slightly more progressives in America than there are trans individuals in America. That's how small they are. They have a big voice. They have a lot of influence because they're connected to news media and to Hollywood and to social media. Yes, they are not popular. They are not the majority. They're not even close. Not even close. But let's see. Graham says, was Gandhi effective at causing lasting political change? Depends on how you define that. And there are people in India and more likely Pakistan that will tell you no. Did he objectively improve the world? Again, depends on what perspective you have. Some people would say no. And there is an argument to be made to say no. Now, I personally think Gandhi was very effective at certain things. He was very effective at getting India to break away from England. Yes, he was very influential about that. He was influential in helping to initially get India to form its government. He failed at keeping that government together. He failed to integrate Pakistan with India. He had issues. He failed at a lot as well. We regard him so highly because he did that with the strife and the unique process of being as peaceful as possible in that process. But he failed and he succeeded. He's not a god. He was a human being. He had his failures too. Did he improve the global human condition? Gandhi did not. He did not. That wasn't even his goal. Was never his goal. He was very specific. He was trying to make India the best nation it could be. He wasn't worried about the world. His focus wasn't to make the world better. He was trying to make India better. And in trying to make India better, he still failed because India was at one time including Pakistan, and Pakistan said goodbye, rejected what he had to say. So, no. And that's being honest. That doesn't make Gandhi less of a great man. It doesn't make what he did less of a great thing. But it is honest. It is the reality. Okay, so there's some breaking news happening here, folks. According to the Daily Mail, major shopping mall opposite the Pentagon is on lockdown with high-level government official inside. Let's take a look at that. This is breaking news. I have no idea about this. Came out roughly half an hour ago. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. Let's see. Police are responding to a smash and grab robbery. Arlington County Police said 3 suspects entered a business at the Fashion Center at Pentagon City, broke a glass display case with hammers, fled on foot. There was a high-ranking government official inside at the time. Who cares? Wait a minute, this is big news? A place got robbed and somebody in the Biden-Harris administration was there. So what? Who cares? There was a general there. Who cares? So what? That's not important. the fact is, the only thing that's making this, it sounds like, the only thing that made this any different than some of the crime that's happening everywhere else in America is there was someone elected who was there, and they weren't the target of, if they're not the target of the crime, and we have a crime problem. We have a crime problem because we have an economic problem. Our economy sucks. Biden-Harris is bad for the economy. Bidenomics is bad for the economy. We have an economic problem. Maybe other problems in addition to that could be drugs, could be the way lack of education, could be a couple of things there. But the fact that somebody in the government was there, I don't care. I don't care. You could tell me it was Kamala Harris. You could tell me it was Joe Biden. You could tell me it was the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. You could tell me it was the Pentagon, the generals from the Pentagon. I don't care. They didn't make the situation different. The problem's still the same problem. The economy, bad policy, lack of education. These are the problems. Whether or not a general's there, who cares? Who cares? The robbery suspects were described as 3 black males. We can't say that in American. Can't say that in American reporting. 3 black males. You can just say, well, young youth. There were 3 young men. Well, it's America. Yeah, there's young men everywhere. We need a little bit more to go on. 3 black males in their teens wearing all black clothing. So, 3 young Antifa members. I don't know. Okay. This is not breaking news. This should not be breaking news. That somebody, now it is surprising that right outside the Pentagon, talk about law and order, right outside the Pentagon, across from the Pentagon, there's a shopping mall that's being robbed. That's pretty ballsy. Teenagers, they don't think things through, so I can understand someone being that stupid to decide, oh, I'm across the street from the Pentagon. Law enforcement is all over the place, even on the weekend. Even on the weekend, there's law enforcement all over the place. It's D.C. I would think that wouldn't be the smartest place to go and commit a robbery. But I'm 56. A teenager doesn't care. They don't think about consequences. So, yeah, it's surprising the location. I don't care who in the government was there. The problem isn't who was there. The problem is things are so bad in the economy under Bidenomics that teenagers thought the risk of robbing a mall across the street from the Pentagon was a worthwhile risk. Risk reward. They thought the risk was worth it because the economy is that bad. That is a very different way to look at this argument. It's a very different way to look at the breaking news, but I think it's important. That's how bad this is. That they are willing to go across the street from all of the law enforcement, the military, the government itself is across the street, and they say, well, you know what? Odds are, what are the odds of people from the Pentagon being at the mall across the street? Pretty bloody good, I would think. Pretty even odds there, if not absolutely there's going to be somebody there at some point. So I'm not surprised. And they decided, well, but the risk is worth it. That tells you how bad the economy is. I think that's the perfect example of how bad the economy is. I really do. That's incredible. Okay. By the way, Dow goes, I would contend that the fact that free exercise of self-defense leads to little deterrent of crime in the absence of actual, consistent, effective policing. I don't exactly agree with that, Dow. What we tend to see is that, as an example, under the Obama administration, we know that because Americans are able to More police. This is the Bronx during a weekend holiday. We've got police and fire department all over the place. If you have self-defense, the Obama administration found there are up to at least 3 million uses of firearms to defend individuals and save lives every year. Now, that isn't good for the position of Democrats, which is why no one ever quotes the Obama administration, their finding, their study on defensive use of guns, because it shows it's effective. There's at least as many defensive uses of guns to protect people that are successful as there are uses of guns, actually far, far, far more than the number of uses of guns to kill people. Actually, it's like a 5-to-1 ratio at 3 million. If there are 3 million which is the upper end of the estimate, 3 million. If there are 3 million defensive uses of guns that save people's lives, and we know that in any given year there's around 50-ish thousand people who are killed by guns. That's gangs, that's suicide, that's everything. So you throw out suicides because that has nothing to do with it. So you're looking at about 25,000, let's round it up, 30,000 murders with a firearm, including gangs, drugs, putting it all together. Okay, 30,000 versus 3 million defensive uses of a firearm to save lives. 3 million versus 30,000. Self-defense works. That's my opinion of that. Many people may disagree. That's okay. But I'm just making it clear. You know what, folks? Something that should be interesting. I'm willing to defend my position, and I'm willing to hear other people's position. See, I'm happy to hear Graham. I'm happy to have the conversation. And I'm actually having an honest conversation. You don't get this from CNBC. You don't get this from ABC or the New York Times. They're not being honest with you. They won't tell you the negatives and the positives and say, hey, make your choice. I'm not making Graham change his mind or anyone else. I'm telling you why I think the way I do. I'm telling you how I get to that position. You get to make a choice. I respect Graham. He has a very different point of view. That's good. I'm glad. That helps. Now, Graham and I can, if Graham and I were in charge, we could then negotiate and say, okay, well, how can we reach a middle ground? I don't want to carpet bomb them, but I also don't want to let them get away with everything. How do we meet? Where can we meet in the middle and say, okay, we don't have to do everything. We're not going to nuke them. What else can we do? Okay, let's have that conversation. And as long as it makes the impact to protect America, I'm willing to talk about it. And we'd be so much better off if our country did that. Okay, so it's now what is it? Oh, God, it's 5. I need to take a quick break to take out my dog, because for those who are new to the channel, roughly we go about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and I always take out my dog. He's 13. Looks like a puppy, but he's not. He's 13. And I always take a break here to go out, walk him, make sure he's okay. Some weeks you hear him screaming and shouting because he's not. He is older. But he's been feeling better. I want to take him out, walk him. I'll be back in an hour, so let's call it 6 o'clock. We still have to talk about what happened with... I still have to talk about this. Let me show you. So coming up, we're going to be talking about Laura Loomer and the National Guard and arresting, not arresting Donald Trump, but taking Donald Trump to prison. This is a big deal. And there is a video that we need to talk about. Did they remove it? There it is. And we need to talk about this video, which you may have seen in a couple of different formats, that's on TikTok. That's where everyone's getting it from. That's saying that the National Guard are here right now, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to arrest, or they're going to take by force Donald Trump and bring him to prison. They're going to bring him to Rikers Island. We need to talk about that. And we will talk about that in some detail. And what I was able to confirm and verify last night about this, I was able to confirm and go through and get some exact details about what's going to be happening with that. And we're going to talk about that when we get back. And I look forward to seeing some people's comments about that. So today, I'm going to do something a little different than what we have generally done. Oh, wait a minute. Dow says, I mistyped to clarify the persecution and unconstitutional infringement of free exercise of self-defense. Okay, yeah, I get you. I get you, Dow. All right. So I will be back at 6. See, Graham's still here, folks. Graham is still with us. I'm going to do something a little bit different. See, on Sunday, where is it? Oh, it's here. So on Saturday next week, I will be doing something new. I have this new idea. Well, it's not even a new idea. I've been asked by a couple of people. I was having a conversation yesterday. I was doing a photo shoot for somebody, and I was having a conversation with them. Actually, it's Larry Sharp. I'll tell you, it was Larry Sharp. I was with Larry and his daughter, and we were talking. He's like, Mike, you know so much about sci-fi. You play video games. You love 40K, Warhammer 40K. You love Farscape and sci-fi. And you talk to him, I talk to him about it all the time. Larry doesn't know nearly as much about it as I do. Fantastic. This is my thing. And he's like, you're so animated and lively, and you laugh and you have fun. People don't know that. They don't know that about you. And people who've seen me play video games, like I do that occasionally online. I've done that occasionally online. People who have seen me in person know I'm actually pretty lighthearted overall. But most people don't. So next week, Saturday, I'm going to be working on that. Sharing more of not the politics. I mean, I've been doing politics 18 years nonstop. Been doing this Sunday live stream 7 years nonstop. No breaks, really no real vacations. So I'm going to do something a little different. So part of that, and as a treat, because it is Labor Day, I'm going to share something completely different than politics with you guys for the next hour. I hope you'll like it, but tell me. Tell me if it's fun for you. Trust me, I'm an idiot, but you'll see what I mean. Hey there, everyone. This is the old man, and so we're going to try and play a little bit, about an hour, of Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries. Haven't played that in quite some time, so just wanted to try and jump on in there. Let's see how this goes. So we're starting off at the beginning, and
Commander, good to see you up. We haven't really had a chance to speak since your father was killed. I'm not much for sentimentality, but I worked with your father for a long time. He was a good man. Hell, he sacrificed his life to save ours. I don't know what's going to happen next, but whatever it is, I'd like to be part of it. I'd like to stay on as your ops commander. That is, if you'll have me.
You kidding me? Your family, Rihanna. Or as close as I have now. Besides, I'm gonna need you.
Yes, I suspect you will. About our sitrep, it's not great news. Those bastards that came after us are in the process of setting up a blockade of the system. Which means we're going to be trapped here with a tightening noose around our necks unless we do something about it.
Who are these guys?
Another mercenary outfit by the looks of it. I don't know more than that at the moment.
And these coordinates they were looking for?
Not a clue, but we're going to find out. First things first, we need transport out of the system. That means a jump ship. I sent out a transmission right after the attack through the HPG. The message was for a long-time client of your father's and an old friend of mine. Name is Spears. He has powerful connections. I'm hoping he can help us out. Until I hear back from him, there's nothing we can do except lay low. In the meantime, Fahad wants to see you down in the hangar. The Centurion needs repairs and he wants to discuss them with you. I'll let you know when I hear back from Spears.
Copy that.
All right, so just the intro stuff to figure out what's going on. We're just going down. So I wanted to take a little bit of a break from all the crazy news that's been going on. Or insane in the last few months. What happens when things get really stupid? When you get into wars? That one looks pretty messed up. Hey,
Hey, mate. Figured you'd want an update on the Centurion. Took a bloody beating back there, so fair warning. It's gonna be a while before she's operational again. Means you're gonna have to get comfortable with the light mech over in Bay 1 for now. She's a good girl. Won't let you down, you treat her right.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, heard that
right.
before. Anyways, you know the drill. Access the repair terminal here. Once you're done, I'll get started on the work, eh?
Okay, so I have a slight mod in here. And yeah, we know this stuff, so I need that. So, this is the little one, a javelin, very light. Don't like them. Let's figure this out. I'm going to go into details. So I have the one mod which will let me see all of the various parts. Looks more confusing than it actually is. But the first thing is we gotta redistribute a bunch of the armor so that I can actually survive this. Because that ain't gonna work. Too much. So giving myself some armor in the front. It needs way more armor in the rear, but that's alright. Give myself enough that I'm not going to get headshot and killed instantly. Arms I'm not that worried about. I mean, I should give this more, but actually... just to balance it out a little bit more. I don't care if I have these arms, really. They're not that important. This is what's important. It's a very light, easy, fast kind of weapon. And basically, this is a basic one. I'm not going to add anything to it because I don't think it's going to do anything. So let's start to work on that. That'll be ready in 3 days. This is the one that I want to do all the work on. So, for this guy, we've got a lot of work to do. Just automatically. Got a ton of work right there. It's going to be expensive and long. Okay. Center. This guy is all busted up. But let's take it down. Take one down. Ammo. 1 each leg so that if someone, they're more likely to shoot my chest than they are my legs. I'd rather blow off a leg than kill myself, essentially. So we've got that. Alright. And I've still got a little bit more armor I can put on. So how about we increase that? Perfect. So, a little expensive, but let's get that done. Got an AC-10 or LM-10. Can't really do much more here. I mean, I kind of want to put a laser in there, but I can't afford it right now. Okay, so that's going to take a little while for that to get fixed. 64 days. That's a little while. All right. So, that's all done. We got about 4 days. It has been a little while since I played this game. I kind of remember this part.
Hey, Commander. I've received a transmission from Spears in response to my request for help. Take a listen.
Rihanna, I received your message. I'm sorry to hear about Nikolai. He was a good man, and an even better pilot. He'll be sorely missed. I assume his son will be taking over the operation. Nikolai was always bragging about the boy's skills. Well, I hope he was right. I've begun working on a plan to get you safe passage out of the system, but it's going to take a little time. I expect you already know by now that whoever attacked you has set up a blockade to prevent your escape. It's a large system, though, so we can use that to our advantage. As soon as you receive this, I want you to proceed to the outermost planet in the system. It's little more than a hunk of ice with a few leftover mining operations on it. There's an abandoned power station there. Now, I've got it on good authority that local raiders are using it as a secret cache for their ill-gotten goods. I know you can use supplies and materials for your repairs, and I expect you'll find what you need at that location. I've attached the exact coordinates to this message. Once I have a proper plan in place, I'll contact you again. For now, be safe.
All right, time to suit up, Commander. I've already input the coordinates. All I need is for you to sign off and get us there.
All right, we're
Understood.
taking off. Understood. All right, metagame. Okay. I'm not changing anything, so let's see. Transmissions. We already did that. There's no objectives. 3 days until we get the first thing done. We gotta make a payment. Let's go. How do I get out of here? Okay. How do I travel? No. I don't care about that. How do I get out of here? No, we got a transmission. Okay. Okay, Commander. I'm going to drop us down away from target location. Target's abandoned power plant. Raiders been using a secret cache. Cover some materials. Finish repairs. They're thieves. No, stay armed. Okay. Accept it. Smash and grab. 50,000. Okay. Let's accept that. Intel. Nothing. Okay, so how do I go? No contracts. There you go. So, it can be up to 250,000. Difficulty is a 5. I don't know what that means right now. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we're doing it because we have to do it. So, let's see. I got one negotiation point. Do I want it in money and equipment or to pay for my damage? I'm going to go with money? Money. I doubt if anything, this is a low level. I doubt there's equipment that I'll need for sure. So, we're going to go with that. That's the only equipment I have. I'm the only person that I have. There are no other max. Max is 30. I'm right there. So, ready? There we go. It's been a little while since I played this. So, let's see.
Attention. Prepare for battle mech departure. Warning. Hangar doors opening. Stand clear.
Reactor online.
Okay. The abandoned power station is located on the other side of the ridge. You should be able to make your way through the pass undetected. That javelin you're piloting is lightly armed, Commander. But what it lacks in firepower and armor, it makes up in speed and mobility. I'm sure you wish the Centurion was repaired and ready to go. For this particular mission, though, the javelin is the mech best suited for the job. And hey, it has jump jets. They could come in handy.
Good try, Rihanna, but I'd still rather have the Centurion.
Well, can't blame a girl for trying. The power station being used by these raiders is derelict, Commander, but you can bet its perimeter defenses won't be. My guess, the raiders will have turrets stationed around the perimeter. If that's the case, it means they must have a generator close by. Find and destroy that generator before assaulting the plant, and you'll have a much easier time of it.
Got it. Thanks.
Heads up, Commander. I'm detecting enemy units up ahead. Could be a raider patrol.
Copy.
destroyed.
There's a large chunk of ice blocking the path down to the generator. Use your jump jets to get over it. Blown. The turret should be disabled now.
Target acquired. Destroyed.
All right. People above me, below me.
There's a number of storage buildings in and around the plant itself. I suspect that's where they're storing their loot. Time to smash and grab, Commander. Once you locate a storage crate, mark it for pickup, then move on to the next building. From my initial scans of the site, I've marked where I think the crates could be located. Look there first.
Roger that.
find the acquisition, just walk up to it in order to pick it up. Good work. Marks for pickup. Commander, it appears the derelict plant has a network of backup generators running. Destroy them if you can.
Yeah, all right.
Target acquired. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Target acquired.
To the treasure to pick it up. That should do it. Go ahead and meet me at the exfiltration point. If you see anything worth blowing up on your way out, say a weapons depot or something, I won't object.
Understood.
Good work, Commander. That's the last of their power generators.
I suck bad. That's bad. Oh, Mike, you can do so much better than that. I suck bad. That was really bad. You don't even have to tell me.
Attention.
I know.
Prepare for battle mech departure. Hangar doors open. Stand
I think I
clear.
could actually do beginner stuff. That's embarrassing. Yes, it's a crap.
The abandoned power station is located on the other side of the ridge. You should be able to make your way through the pass undetected. That javelin you're piloting is lightly armed, Commander.
Way better.
But what it lacks in firepower and armor, it makes up in speed and mobility. I'm sure you wish the Centurion was repaired and ready to go. For this particular mission, though, the Javelin is the mech best suited for the job. And hey, it has jump jets. They could come in handy.
Good try, Rihanna, but I'd still rather have the Centurion.
Come on.
Well, can't blame a girl for trying. The power station being used by these raiders is derelict, Commander, but you can bet its perimeter defenses won't be. My guess, the raiders will have turrets stationed around the perimeter. If that's the case, it means they must have a generator close by. Find and destroy that generator before assaulting the plant, and you'll have a much easier time of it.
Got it. Thanks.
Commander. I'm detecting enemy units up ahead. Could be a raider patrol.
Copy.
Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Got that. Little damage.
There's a large chunk of ice blocking the path down to the generator. Use your jump jets to get over it. Perfect. With the generator blown, the turret should be disabled now.
Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Not too damaged. Not great. I can handle this.
Okay, there's the geothermal power plant up ahead. There's a number of storage buildings in and around the plant itself. I suspect that's where they're storing their loot. Time to smash and grab, Commander. Once you locate a storage crate, mark it for pickup, then move on to the next building. From my initial scans of the site, I've marked where I think the crates could be located. Look there first.
Roger that.
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Walk on up to the treasure to pick it up. backup generators running. Destroy them if you can.
Target destroyed.
We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We're doing better. I suck, don't I? I should be talking. Better shape than I was last
Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Good work, Commander. That's the last of their power generators. Nearly there, Commander. Approach the hidden object to pick it up. should do it. Go ahead and meet me at the exfiltration point. If you see anything worth blowing up on your way out, say a weapons depot or something, I won't object.
Understood.
Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. All right, folks, we are back. That's right. Hello, and thank you again for being with us here on No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York, on September 1st. It's currently 6 o'clock, and do you know where your kids are? People who are older will get that joke. Do you know where your kids are? But that being said, I'm happy to be back with you now. We do long-form political commentary. I do want to mention that. And we've been talking a little bit earlier in the show about some of the more international things that are happening. I do want to start, though, in the second half, we're going to be talking about more domestic issues, things that are happening in America, and then, of course, the influence it would have on the rest of the world. But I do also want to mention that tomorrow, Monday night, September 2nd at 9 p.m., I will be joining Larry Sharpe, Shauna Venus, and Sean Kennedy to talk about the impact of the election in 2024 on the United States, on the rest of the world. How's it going to change our lives? If it changes our lives, will that be better? Will that be worse? This is a diverse group of individuals. Larry Sharpe is a libertarian. I believe Shauna is a libertarian as well. Not sure about Sean Kennedy. But we'll be talking from different points of view about how this is going to affect all of our lives. I have been on the program several times. Larry's a good friend of mine. When we agree a lot, but when we disagree, oh my God, there are fireworks out there. And this looks like it may well be another one of those shows where we have a few disagreements here and there. And that's okay. Let me also mention in terms of some breaking news that happened while we were away, or earlier today that I didn't see. Just before the show, a man was attacked with a machete in the Bronx on the subway. Now, you may recall, it was Governor Kathy Hochul who activated 750 National Guard members to go into the subway system to protect you and me and the tourists and everyone else. And it hasn't been working out very well. Now, has it? Even though they're telling us everything's completely safe, their policies have been working fantastic. You've never been safer in your life. That's why they activated the National Guard. In the meantime, and they're telling you, don't worry, no one's going to use a gun. You will be safe from all those crazy people with guns. But they didn't mention anything about machetes, did they? They didn't care about the Bronx. They have them all throughout Manhattan. They have them at various places, but here it is. Guy was in Allerton Avenue. The 2-line is not very far from me at all. It's actually walking distance. Allerton Avenue is walking distance from where I live. In fact, my junior high school is over by Allerton Avenue. I used to walk from that junior high school to my family's house, where we've been for the last 50 years, every day. Now, obviously, that was back in the 80s. But back in the 80s, we had race relation issues, massive issues. One day I'll tell you guys a story about when there was just a mob. There was literally a race war going on between Columbus High School and Evander Childs High School. And it was a race war. This is back in 80. 82, 83, and there was an all-out race war. It was crazy, and I got caught in the middle of that one day. I'll tell you that story another day. But it was a crazy event. So that's Allerton Avenue, and that's not far from me. And someone got attacked with a machete. So when they tell you they're doing things, when you hear members of the government and they're promising, this is for your safety, we're going to make you safe. You are safe. Don't you feel safe? They always say that. You feel safe. They're doing something. That doesn't mean they're doing something effective. It doesn't mean they're doing something efficient. It doesn't mean that you're getting the outcome, the consequence that they promised they were going to provide to you. No, we got more police, we got more intrusion in our personal lives, but people aren't safer. It just didn't happen. It's not a reality. And we still have people who are getting pushed onto the tracks. We still have women who are being attacked, men that are being attacked. We have individuals who are still being shot. We had someone earlier in the year we were covering. There was a guy running around. There was a guy who was running around lighting people on fire. Now, I don't care how many police officers you put into the subway system. You cannot have a cop standing next to every single person at every single subway. It's just not possible. You can never have enough safety from the government. You have to be able to defend yourself. This is what the Second Amendment is about, to be able to provide yourself that safety. That's why bulletproof vests are a passive self-defense. That's illegal in New York, by the way. Having a bulletproof vest, which I may or may not already have, is actually illegal. It is illegal to passively defend yourself because they're going to provide the safety for you. And the safety that they provide for you is just like this. Man attacked in the Bronx with a machete. Oh, but he didn't get shot. That's the answer. But he didn't get shot. They never said they were going to protect you from someone with a machete. They said they'd protect you from someone with a gun. Oh yeah, that makes a whole lot of difference. That makes me feel so much better. I feel so much safer. Thank goodness there's 750 National Guard running around New York with M4s and body armor. I can't. They are, and I'm still not safe. This is ridiculous. We need to remember that these politicians, they will say anything to get power and maintain power, even when it contradicts itself, even when it makes absolutely no sense. They will say anything to make you feel like they did something so that you will vote for them, so that you will donate for them, so that you will forgive them and keep them in power. This is all this is. Kathy Hochul's whole plan was just to stay in power, make people in New York City feel like they're safe, not to actually be safe, to feel like they're safe, so that she gets to keep her position, her friends get to keep their jobs, they get to rake in the money, but you get nothing. You get nothing in return. Nothing at all. It's very aggravating to me. But that was some of the breaking news that occurred while we were away on the break. By the way, let me ask a question. So what you saw in the break is kind of what I'm planning to do next Saturday. I'm going to be talking about Farscape. It will probably be me talking with you guys for about an hour, just talking about Farscape and comparing Scorpius, the bad guy, the main villain of Farscape, Scorpius, versus Chimera, who's in The Acolyte, Darth Vader, trying to look at Doctor Doom, comparing Scorpius against some of the greatest and some of the worst villains that we've seen in TV, in movies, and how does he rank? Because I will tell you that I think Farscape, one of the best sci-fi shows ever. One of the best TV shows ever. I love Farscape. It's one of the things I enjoy in my life. I enjoy watching those episodes. I enjoy those characters, that storyline, that history, that world. And I want to share that with people. I want to have a little conversation about it. Just nothing about politics. Saturday, I think I'm going to do it at 3 o'clock. It's just going to be talking about Farscape, talking about the villains, talking about what's a great villain, what's not a great villain, why the TV we're getting now, Sauron in Rings of Power, absolute trash. Absolute trash. Dustborn, trash. They don't know what entertainment is anymore. They're so worried about PC and having the right political virtue signal that they don't care about actually entertaining you anymore. And when we were getting entertainment, like with Farscape back in the 90s, early 2000s, guess what? You got more entertainment and you got more what they would call virtue signaling today. You had that then. You had girls that were badasses, not girl bosses, but girls that were badasses. Women that were strong and capable and integral to the story, but they weren't trying to be the girl boss. No one else was dumbed down so that they could be lifted up. That's not the way it worked. And that's why it was entertaining. That's why it still has a fan base. That's why people love it. And it has history and it has a following, as opposed to Rings of Power, which will be forgotten as soon as they stop putting it out there. Like the Acolyte, people will forget. People are already forgetting about the Acolyte. If it weren't for the continuous virtue signal, the more that you're hearing Hollywood say, you are a racist and a sexist for not liking their trash and garbage that they want your money for. You have to give them money so they can shove garbage down your throat. Well, and I won't get into it much more. That's for Saturday, next week. It's something that Larry Sharp, John R., a few people have suggested to me, Mike, get into that. That's a thing you love. You love to talk about those things. You're very passionate about it. People don't realize that I laugh. I know I've heard people say this. They meet me in person, and they suddenly hear me, and I'm laughing, and I have fun. They're like, you're such a serious person. I'm like, not always. Not always. I do laugh. I do enjoy things. I love my anime. I love my sci-fi. I love my video games. I'm not good at my video games. As Graham, you could see, I have no skill. I have no skill with video games. I'm absolutely terrible. But I play them anyway because I enjoy it, because it's fun. And that's why I play it, to have fun, not to virtue signal, not to impress anybody. I'm playing it because I enjoy it. And I'm just not good at it. And I don't care. I'm not trying to make it into a sport and make it into a team or something. I just play because I think it's fun. And I'm not good at it. But you know what? I enjoy the time I'm playing. And hopefully you got to enjoy for about an hour there. You got to enjoy watching me screw up repeatedly at the beginning of the game. That game, by the way, is Mech Warrior 5. Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries. And there's a couple of DLCs for it, but that's the base game plus 1 or 2 mods. And that's the actual beginning. You got to see the beginning of the game. This is how it starts. That's the first battle. And I'm getting my butt kicked left and right. So there you go. Let's see here. There was a comment from Graham. What did you guys do for someone to put $50,000 worth of bullets in his ass? We will think to ourselves, what is that? I guess you're talking about the game. Okay. But let me get back to, but what we're here for today in the Sunday live stream, we're talking about politics. We're talking about the politics that are affecting us all. And we've been talking for the most part about what's been happening overseas. But what's happening overseas is what's happening here in the United States. We're talking about Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, who I consider just as much a terrorist as ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, as much as I consider Antifa and the autonomous zones here in the United States. They're all terrorists, just like the KKK. They are all the exact same thing. They are fanatical religious terrorists. And they are a problem. Now, you'll say, but Mike, they're not all the same thing. Yeah, they have different religions. They have different religious ideologies, but they're all the same. They want to force you to believe what they believe. They want you to have the feeling they have on everything. And anything they don't like, you can't have. Every single one of those groups, whether it's Antifa or Hamas, whether it's ISIS or Hezbollah, the Houthis or the autonomous zones in anywhere in America, they're all exactly the same. And that is a problem. And we need to call them out for what they are. So we were talking about the hostages that are in Gaza and the fact that America is deeply involved in that because Hamas made us involved in that. that terrorist government, duly elected government by the people of Gaza, that government, that terrorist organization, brought America into this issue by killing our people and taking them hostage and killing the hostages. Killing the hostages. And there should be payback for that. Even if there is a ceasefire, they finally give us back the bodies of our people. There is payback. They attacked America. We should not forget that. And I don't care how much kumbaya is going to be sung over at Harvard or Columbia, UCLA or Binghamton University. I don't care how hard they try and convince me that I should feel bad for the terrorists. I do not. They killed us. They came out of the blue and attacked our people. And that is unacceptable to me. You may have a different feeling about that. I'm happy to hear that argument from anyone about why we should be more compassionate to fanatical, psychopathic killers. But that being said, so we were talking a little bit about that. We were talking a little bit about Germany and the fact that the open border situation, which is allowing individuals from the Middle East and around the rest of the world, but specifically about the Middle East, have been allowing these individuals to come into their countries, like we see in Germany. And when they do that, and these people aren't being vetted, it's happening in America, it's happening in Germany. They're not being vetted. They come into the country, and the next thing you know, you have members of ISIS who are going around attacking people with machetes, just like in the Bronx, and they're killing people because they're Christian. Not because they didn't do anything. They had nothing to do with Hamas. They had nothing to do with Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the fighting in the Red Sea. They had nothing to do with anyone's life. They're Germans living their own life. And somebody from ISIS said, I don't like the way you live, and decided to attack them with a machete, killing 3 people just because of that, because he got into the country because of open borders. And we have 8 million people, more than 8 million people, who entered America through the same open border policies, that same ideology. And we know at least 378 of them have been known or suspected terrorists that we caught. God knows how many we did not catch. And it only takes one of these psychos to show up in a city with a machete, and this is what you get. But yet, I hear Eric Adams, Kathy Hochul, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris. They're constantly telling us, no, but you got to keep the border open. Otherwise, you're the bad guy. I'm the bad guy for saying close the border, vet these people before you let them into the country. But they're like, no, that's bad. You just have to let the terrorists in. You have to let them in with everyone else. And it doesn't matter that they don't have any skills. It doesn't matter that they don't have any jobs. It doesn't matter that they don't integrate with our society well because they didn't have a stable government to start with. It doesn't matter that some of these people are fanatical in their religious or ideological beliefs and they're willing to kill for them. That doesn't matter. I'm the bad guy because I don't want them in, because I want to make sure they integrate so that we can have a peaceful society. No, we're supposed to just let them in and let them, even though it's a small proportion, let them in, let them kill people. Otherwise, we're bad because, oh, you're being so racist and sexist and all the isms and is. Screw you guys. I don't agree with that. Graham says, and Graham asked the question, after you talk about the Trump prison hoax, I will call in before you talk about Kamala's interview with CNN. Okay. Well, let me get right to, because I was leading up, talking about the things that are happening domestically in the United States. By the way, we are seeing big changes. Right now, Germany is in the middle of a vote. They learned the lesson. And I know this is firewalled, but this is from the Washington Post. You can still see it. But Germany has learned a lesson. Just like Italy, just like France, they're all moving center right. What that means for Europe means they're becoming moderate Democrats. They're going from being progressives and socialists to just being moderate Democrats. That's what that shift is, for the most part. But they're all making that shift because They finally they've been beat up. Their economies have been destroyed. Their lives have been endangered so much that they're finally saying, this isn't worth it. It doesn't work. The social experiment, the experiment of these politicians saying that it will one day get better if you just keep throwing money at it, if you just keep waiting for it, it will one day magically suddenly get a different outcome than it has always had. They finally said, well, enough's enough. We've been waiting decades for this stuff to turn around. We have wasted billions, if not trillions of dollars. It doesn't work. This isn't healthy. So they're starting to change. But part of that change, of course, also means that we're going to see Donald Trump, I believe, will win the election. I should probably also mention that public schools suck. They're indoctrination centers. But we'll get back to that if I can. But let's talk about Trump and the prison hoax. Because people are terrified. And this is what part of what we're going to be talking about on Monday with Larry Sharp, the Sharp crew, his additional guests. We're going to be talking about things like this. On Friday, Laura Loomer came out, and I've interviewed Laura Loomer before on this program. You can go and look it up after the show. You can see my interview with Laura Loomer. Really, what an interview. Shocked me. Very shocking interview to me. But Laura Loomer came out and said, a federal law enforcement agent just told her that State National Guard, the New York National Guard, has started staging guardsmen in hotels around the New York City courthouse, the very same courthouse that President Trump is going to be sentenced at on September 18th. They are stacking up National Guard so that when Trump, on the 18th, he's going to go in there, the Democrats, he's already been convicted. They're going to sentence him to prison. And they're going to send him to Rikers Prison, one of the worst prisons in the entire country. Now, she goes on to say, her source, who is unnamed, is being staged, that the National Guard is being staged because Eric Adams, who's the mayor of New York, and Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, believe that the police unions are preparing to stage a massive sick out. They aren't going to be there. They're not going to hold back the crowds that are going to violently try and protect President Trump on September 18th. There's so many problems with this. First of all, when I saw this, and I had a couple of people send me this link and tell me about this, and they're concerned about it. And there's also a video that is attached to this, and you'll see it here. Jen Lawrence has it right here. This is a TikTok video. There's a couple of versions of that TikTok video. I'll go over it with you in a second. And they're saying, oh my God, but Mike, you got to be concerned. This is terrifying. I heard about this. Is this true? There's a lot of problems with this. Let's debunk this together because this isn't real. The first thing to deal with here is when you hear someone say it's an unnamed source, there's always a question. I always have a question. I try my very best. I've been not a journalist. I'm a political commentary. I cover news, and I have many individuals in the government and private organizations and the political parties across this country. And I try my very best when I'm covering a certain story, when I'm investigating some news, which we do from time to time, I try to get quotes from individuals. And one of the nice things that I always provide to everyone I go, I will quote them verbatim. Unlike some people at like Syracuse.com where they will paraphrase what you say and call that a quote. They've done that. They did that to me. And I know they've done it to other elected officials where they'll do the interview over the phone, as an example, and they will paraphrase when they write their article. They will paraphrase what you said. They will make up their own quote, put it in quotation, and say, well, that's what you said. No, that's not what I said. That's what you interpreted from what I said. And that's what you're publishing. I've had a problem with Syracuse.com before. Mike, you know who you are at Syracuse.com. I still will call you out every time for what you did. So you always have to, so there's one, you have the news media that believes that paraphrasing is the same thing as quoting. That's a problem. But you won't know that unless you know the sources, or you do what I do, which is cross-reference 3 or 4 different sources to try and find the actual meaning, the actual thing. Make sure that everyone has that same quote, that everyone is saying the same thing when they're going through their stories, to make sure to get all of the quote, not just someone's snippet of it. But say you don't have the time for that. Well, we have always some reservation. But when Laura Loomer says, or anyone, any journalist says, oh, I have an unnamed source, I doubt any and everyone. I don't care if it's the New York Times. I don't care if it's CNBC, Fox News. It doesn't matter which source it is or which organization it is. I don't trust unnamed sources. I have great doubt about any unnamed source. So automatically there's a flag for me about this article because I don't have a lot of trust. Let's go on. So we're getting the National Guard in New York. That refers to the video, which everyone is pointing to and people have been watching on TikTok, that says and actually shows us, oh, well, there's a bunch of National Guard in a hotel in Manhattan. They don't mention the hotel. They don't mention the date that the video was taken on. But, I'll get to that when I get to the video. So she's saying that. And she's saying, well, Trump is going to be sentenced and he will go directly to Rikers. That is highly unlikely. It is almost impossible. And I will tell you that, and I can say that with, I have 95% confidence they will not put Trump in Rikers. Not to say that he will not get home confinement, that he will be restricted to his home for a sentence. I do believe he's going to get 2 years. I think they're going to try and lock down Trump for 2 years, and they're going to confine him to his home. They're not going to put him in prison. Now you say, but Mike, why wouldn't they put him in a prison? Of course they would put him, that's where criminals go. No, that's not the case. Because Trump isn't just a guy. Trump is a former president. He has a Secret Service detail. Now, I know Democrats tried to take away his Secret Service detail before the assassination attempt on Trump, but that just reminds us, he is a significant world figure, even as a former president. He still makes a big difference, has a big impact on world politics, just like Obama does, just like Jimmy Carter does, Bill Clinton, yes, the Bushes, and yes, Donald Trump too. They matter. And so and that's why Iran has had several death threats against Donald Trump, which is why he has Secret Service. Like all presidents, former presidents do, they all have Secret Service details unless they choose to get rid of them, like Jimmy Carter did. But Jimmy Carter's 90, no one cares. So that's part of this. And the fact that he has knowledge of information that is critical to the running of America. He has, he was the president. He has the top level enforcement knowledge that is critical. God knows how many nations would want to have some of the insight that a former president could provide if they could torture them, if they could just get someone to reveal it casually by accident. You don't know what information could influence international politics. That's why Donald Trump has a Secret Service detail, and he must have a Secret Service detail because of the type of classification of knowledge that he has and the fact that he is a current and continuous target. Now, I say all that to bring up the conversation has been happening even before Donald Trump was sentenced to try and figure out, well, if he goes to jail, if he's sentenced to go to prison, how would they do this? They can't put him in general population. That's not possible. He has to have a Secret Service detail with him. His Secret Service detail is armed, always. It doesn't matter whether they're in a prison or anywhere else. They're always armed. They go overseas, and they can go to the United Kingdom, a country where you're not allowed to have a firearm. And guess what? The U.S. Secret Service is armed when they are in England, a country that does not allow people to have firearms. Doesn't matter. They have that authorization. They're going to have a firearm, and they would be in a prison. And that's the one place you don't want some of these criminals to have a firearm. That is a danger. That is an immense risk. And that was the conversation that we were having 3 months ago about this, 4 months ago about this, having this conversation. This is a conversation that has been discussed in the news media, and I covered it on this channel on one of the Sunday live streams a couple of months ago. I covered this already. At the time of the sentencing of Donald Trump, we were talking, or the conviction of Donald Trump, we were talking about this. You can't send Donald Trump to prison willy-nilly. You can't, because he has to be separated from the general population of criminals to protect him, to protect national secrets, and he must have a Secret Service detail with him wherever you would send him. And that means he can't be in a prison. You would either have to have a former prison that has been abandoned, that is empty, or you put him in home confinement. Knowing that he's a former president, because that is prestigious, because of the ability to keep him properly secure and to give him good accommodations, because this is a club-fed crime. This isn't like picking pockets. You don't send someone like Donald Trump, white-collar crime, you don't send them to Rikers. You send them to club-fed. Let's be honest. That's the reality, which means Trump would be getting confinement probably at something like Trump Tower or Mar-a-Lago, and he wouldn't be allowed to leave the premises of that facility, his home. He would be stuck on that property at Mar-a-Lago. He would be stuck at Trump Tower, as an example. He wouldn't be able to leave for the 2 years that I believe he will get as his conviction for this crime, if it isn't, and it will eventually be overturned because of the Supreme Court. And it's going to be thrown out because it was a kangaroo court decision. So Laura Loomer is putting out this fear that Trump is going to go to jail, and there's a lot of people who have considered the very same things I'm talking about. And so if Trump was put into Rikers, that would make a lot of people livid. Not just MAGA, not just conservatives and Republicans, but everyone, libertarians, conservatives, Democrats, because we would be making a precedent. This would be the way you start putting people in political gulags, because it is a violation of many of the principles and the execution of law as it exists in this country right now. This is attacking your political enemy to be able to get a political advantage. They would do this and put him in Rikers simply so that they could be able to get a boost, they hope, in the election polls. Because Democrats would go, oh, he's in jail, I can't vote for him. They would want to discourage Republicans and conservatives and independents from voting for Trump, thinking that he's in jail. That's not going to happen. He wouldn't be. He won't be. But that's what they want. They want to discourage and they want to disenfranchise voters. They want to nullify voters by trying to convince them that they can't vote for Trump because he's a criminal, because he's in jail, because he's locked up. You can't vote for him. None of that is true. Not one part of that is true. So in doing this story, Laura Loomer is actually feeding into the fear that some people have on the right, as well as trying to gin up the left, making them feel like this is what's going to happen. They're going to get their, quote, justice against Donald Trump. He's finally going to get his just desserts. Their feelings, they'll get their desire to have Trump behind bars. That's what they've been hoping and praying for. This is what they've been told for 7-8 years now from every source all the news media, all the politicians, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC, they have been begging and pleading and promising that they're going to put Trump behind bars. And these people will finally get it. And if they don't, they're going to freak out. And what happens when the left doesn't get what they want? We saw it at the DNC. Well, you may not have seen it because it didn't show on MSNBC and ABC News, and they didn't show it. Thousands of people were protesting at the DNC. They were all Democrats. 74 people were arrested, if not more. They were all Democrats. They were trying to break property and break into the DNC. In fact, a couple of people did succeed. They were all Democrats. Oh, they didn't show you that because they wanted you to think everyone was unified behind Kamala Harris. They're not. Not even close. That's why Muslim women for Kamala have already disowned her. They have already rejected her. The Dearborn, Michigan voting base over in Dearborn, yeah, they got a problem. They're not voting for Kamala. They do not support her. A lot of the progressives do not support her. I've been watching Hardlands Media, Sabby, I forget her last name, Sabby. A lot of the progressives, a lot of the far left, they hate Kamala as much as the right does. They hate her policies, or rather her lack of policies. They hate her flip-flopping and abandonment of the issues that she stood for in 2019. So they're not going to be satisfied with seeing Trump go to Rikers and then be taken out, or more importantly, not going to Rikers after they were just promised from Laura Loomer and the left that, and the right, that he's going to jail. So they protest. So this is a problem here. So this is unlikely, the scenario, highly unlikely, the least probable outcome of any of the outcomes that would happen on September 18th because of the logistics that have already been discussed, the legal ramifications that already have been discussed. You cannot put the Secret Service in a prison and have them armed. Can't do it. Not possible. Therefore, this is almost impossible. The only reason why a judge would do that is so that she could manipulate an election, so she could get the headline and a photo, and it will cause instantaneous problems because Secret Service has to go with him. And Rikers cannot accommodate Secret Service that is armed in a prison. They can't do it. It would be hell in a handbasket. So I don't think this is real. I think this is completely misunderstood. Now, there may be police who are going to say this is unjust. The charges that were put against him, kangaroo court that convicted him, this whole process that is all political. Even Democrats, the day that Trump got convicted, Democrats were making donations to Trump just to protest this because it was so obviously all about political manipulation. This was so much about attacking a political opponent. It had nothing to do with democracy. It had nothing to do with freedom. It had nothing to do with justice or legislation. And even Democrats were identifying that and pointing it out. And that it is a abandonment of all the principles of America by the Democratic Party, simply because the Democrats want power. So, while there may be police who will agree and say, I'm just not going to show up on the 18th. I don't want to be part of this mockery of justice, this mockery of the justice system. Okay, I can see that. That may happen. But here's the other part of this story. Now, I think a lot of people would understand that. And by the way, the only people who are talking about the police taking time out in the union and not showing up, well, you'll see it on MSN. If you go to MSN, you'll see it. It's coming from Times Now. That's the name of it. It's a international news agency. It's called Times Now. Times Now Digital, their digital edition. It came out a day ago. And it's basically making the same claim that Laura Loomer is. In fact, I think they're quoting Laura Loomer on this. But they're out of India. There is at least when I was getting ready for the show today, no other American news media were talking about this. No other American news media corroborated that police have been telling their union, or the union for police have been telling their employees not to show up on September 18th, to have a mass sick out. So there's no confirmation of that. That's another red flag on this story. We can't get confirmation of the elements in there. It doesn't make sense. Okay, but what about this? But I am reminded, and I was told, Mike, but what about, we have some other data. Why is frozen? Great. I hate this. It's Microsoft. My computer's freezing on me. Don't worry, it'll catch up in a second. There's the video. And a lot of people have told me, but Mike, there's a video. And this video makes this all credible. Yes, the Secret Service doesn't make sense. Where are we going to put them? He must have the Secret Service with him, especially if he's going into a prison, because we don't know what kind of spies, agents, gangs could be in there, and they would want to threaten Trump or buddy up to him, try and coerce him, spy on him to try and get secrets. But, what is this? No, that's not the one I had. This is the one.
Is the Army turning this thing into a migrant?
Pause. So, this is the video that you may have seen on TikTok, but you may have also seen it on X. You may have seen it on Facebook. It's been going around quite a bit, where they're trying to say, there's this guy, this is Crowdsource the Truth. I can't find that organization. I don't know who Crowdsource the Truth is. I can't find a website for them. I can't find an organization for them. So I don't know that they actually exist. But they have this guy, unnamed individual, who's in Manhattan. And I do know this is in Manhattan. And the hotel is the Hotel Walcott, W-O-L-C-O-T-T. And people look at this and go, but Mike, when you watch this video, it's in Manhattan. It's a Manhattan hotel, and they have members of the United States National Guard that are there, stationed in the hotel. So it must all be true, even though the police may or may not be calling out on sick, even though it makes no sense to have the Secret Service go to Rikers with Donald Trump, even though it is highly improbable. This video means it must be true, because why else would they have the National Guard at a hotel? Let me show you a little bit more of this video. Again, you can see in the video. You may or may not see this video with this writing that covers up most of the screen. So, but here's one version of it that does have this. Federal law enforcement agents are circulating a powerful rumor. No, federal law enforcement agents are not spreading this rumor. This is not coming from the federal government or any federal government agencies. There's no source or proof of that. This is circulating amongst people claiming that it comes from law enforcement. There is no evidence of that. They go on to say that the National Guard has begun deploying in hotels around New York City, the New York City courthouse. First of all, National Guard in New York have been deployed at hotels for years. It's not recent. This has happened. We do have National Guard at hotels across New York State and New York City in particular. That's not new. That's been happening for 3 years. Since Joe Biden came in, since we had the surge of illegal aliens entering through the open border, and New York State has an open border. And it's one of the primary places outside of the southern border that illegal aliens will come to. That's why we have over 150,000 illegal aliens. Only 20,000 of them came from the southern border. We had 130,000 that came from planes and trains and boats that entered into New York on their own. It's not a Texas problem. It didn't come from Arizona. They came because New York is an open border state. It's just that simple. That's the truth. So, this doesn't make any sense, because none of it is confirmable and none of it is true. Okay, President Trump was reported to be sentenced in September. Yes, September 18th. That is true. And could be taken straight to jail. Highly unlikely. Almost improbable. Not impossible, improbable. And I just explained why. Let's see what else this video has to say. So this guy is walking down the street in Manhattan. It happens to be 31st Street in Manhattan, West 31st Street, because that's where Hotel Walcott is.
Migrant shelter? Why do you guys...
So he's asking... Now, something you'll notice about this video is he's going to be speaking it several times throughout this. And maybe... here's a version that doesn't have the letters, the words up on it. And I want you to see this. So let me expand this. So this is the same exact video. Again, multiple people have it. Multiple people have it in multiple sources. So I want you to see this. Again.
Name of a restaurant.
He's walking down the street. Did you see that? Mm-hmm. See that ring right there? That's not from YouTube. That's not from TikTok. That's not from X. That's not real. They put that in there. That's an edit. And they're trying to hide the edit behind their little circle thing, making you think that it's the video trying to refresh. But if you take a video on your phone, it's not going to do that. It doesn't ever do that. And you know this. You can see it in everyone's videos. So this isn't real. This is them. Come. Mm. All right, I'll take care of him. My dog is very excited. I just want to get through this real quick. I'm going to take care of my dog. I'll come back. So this is a hidden edit. Khan, give me a minute. We'll go. Give me a minute. Khan, give me a minute. Really?
He's really got to go. Like, I have been holding him off for a while.
Okay. Hang on, folks. Okay. I hate to do this, folks. It's right in I know. It's right in the middle of me explaining this, but you can hear my puppy. He's 13 years old. He seems to be having an issue right now, and I'm going to take care of him because he's 13. I take care of my puppy. I don't know why. It shouldn't be more than about 15, 20 minutes. I can't see it being much longer than that. Give me a second. I'll put up something here for you to watch real quick. Be patient with me, folks. Give me a second. And I apologize, but you can hear him. Khan. So I'm just asking for your patience there. Okay. I'll play this. Okay. Bear with me. So what I'm going to do is... because we see when she... All right, folks. So what I'll do is this is my video with going over the CNN interview with Kamala Harris. I know, Graham, you wanted me to go over that, but while I'm gone, I'll give you like 15 minutes of this so you can see it. You can see me talking about one question, only one question Kamala Harris had, which is about illegal immigration. It is up already, so you can see this separately. But I'll play that while I take care of my puppy because he seems to be in distress. Okay? I'll be right back, folks. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I'm joining you tonight. It's August 30th, about 1:30 in the morning, and I listened to the interview with CNN's Dana Bash and, of course, Kamala Harris. who is running for the presidency on the Democratic ticket, along with her vice presidential pick, Tim Walz. And that interview was quite interesting. But probably not for the reasons that CNN or Kamala Harris would like. And one of the things I want to really address at this moment. Now, I know that in the morning at 11 a.m., my good friend Larry Sharp, a libertarian, will be reviewing the entire interview, and I don't think he liked it very much. That's just my guess offhand. But going forward, I also know that we'll be talking about this on the Friday live stream with Liberty First Foundation. That'll be at 9 p.m. tonight. But I wanted to address the illegal immigration issue, that question and the answer, because I brought it up earlier today in the political shorts and, of course, also on TikTok. In fact, at the time, what I said was, as you can see here.
So, do you think that CNN is going to have the balls to ask a serious question about illegal immigration to Kamala Harris? You know, her border policy, where she's the border czar since March of 2021, 8 million illegal aliens have entered the country. We know that a 3,400% increase in known and suspected terrorists have entered the country. Illegal aliens have killed young women. And we know that most recently, at least 23 illegal aliens tried to commandeer 2 school buses in Southern California for unknown reasons. This is all because of the open border policy. What will Kamala Harris do now and in the future if she were to be elected? Do you think CNN has the balls to ask that? And do you think that Tim Walz, if they did ask, would allow Kamala to answer the question, or would he distract and deflect? What do you think?
Those are the questions I asked. Will CNN ask the question about illegal immigration? What will Kamala Harris have to say about it, both in terms of now, as the border czar, as someone who is she's part of the Biden-Harris administration, and what would she do if she were to be elected in 2025? 3 specific questions. I also added in, since Tim Walz will be there, would he be a distraction from the question, or would he try to chime in, and what kind of answer would he provide? So these are the essential 4 questions that I posed before the interview was published and allowed to be seen by the public. Fair enough. Now, as you may be aware, the interview was actually taped before it was published live to everyone. So we had a pre-taped interview, which brings the question, was it edited? Now, according to Dana Bash, there was no edit to the video. We don't know that for sure. What we also know is that, or another question we can ask, is what is it done over? In other words, yeah, they provided no edit, but did they do the interview and then do the interview again? There's a question about that. And in fact, I also have a question about whether or not the questions asked by Dana Bash were provided to Kamala Harris ahead of time. Now, this is part of the question about immigration. So I don't know if it's that specific question or if it were the entire interview. But in that very specific question, there is something that makes me believe that either Kamala Harris had the question ahead of time or that they had redone the entire interview to make it flow better, to have better answers, a do-over, essentially. I'm not sure which of the two, and I'll explain why in just a moment as we listen to the question and how it was answered by Kamala Harris. But I should point out that on TikTok, we did have a lot of people who were very interested. We got about almost 800 people who were interested in this interview and had quite a few doubts. In fact, on the question, which I just showed you, we had a lot of questions that were being asked, and people were responding, and they doubted very much that CNN would actually ask the question, and they also doubted whether or not the question was provided to Kamala beforehand. They doubted what Kamala's answer would be. So there were a lot of people who had a lot of issues with this. And they're very upset about illegal immigration. In fact, it's one of the top questions that Americans have in the 2024 election. Illegal immigration is a top issue, along with the economy. Now, that being said, this is the actual question. This comes from the part 2 from CNN. This version doesn't have the commercials and interruptions that CNN initially published the video with, or published the pre-taped interview with. So this is the first question of the second part from CNN itself. And in that, we're going to hear the question asked by Dana, and I want you to listen to how Kamala Harris responds to it.
Another issue, big one, is immigration. As Vice President, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
northern part of Central America.
The northern part
Yeah.
of Central America that affects the southern border of the U.S.
Okay, I want to stop right there. This is the first 19 seconds, and it kind of bugged me. It made me stop. So, one, to give Dana Bash credit, she is asking about illegal immigration. So, CNN did ask the important question, although they watered it down substantially. They're not addressing the fact that Kamala Harris is the border czar as of March 2021. They downplayed her responsibilities, which were to stop or at least severely limit the illegal alien wave, the surge that we have seen for the last 3.5 years. And it had started in February of 2021, which is why they put Kamala Harris on it immediately. So they downplayed Kamala Harris's responsibility as well as the outcome as best as they could. So while CNN gets the plus mark for having asked the question, they also get a demerit for downplaying it and another one for trying to minimize Kamala Harris's actions and responsibilities. But I'm bringing this up because I had to go, and this is from CNN Politics, and this is the transcript of the conversation. Again, this is minus all the cheerleading that we saw at the beginning of the documentary style that they started with, which was pumping up Kamala Harris. Again, adding some questions of credibility about the impartiality of CNN. But going beyond that, going into the questions itself, and we can see here, so Dana Bash is asking, okay, another issue, the big one, is immigration, as she says. Now, she goes into migration in southern countries, and then Kamala Harris jumps in, northern part of Central America, to which Dana Bash is now saying, the northern part, and Kamala Harris is saying, yeah. And this throws off Dana Bash, as you just saw. So it's in the transcript as well as what you just saw. It seems to indicate that Kamala Harris knew this question. She knew it exactly. She knew the question better than Dana Bash did because Dana Bash had difficulty in saying the question, as if she was trying to reword it in her mind. She's trying to edit the question to make sure she got it right, that it was minimized as much as possible to be as preferential towards Kamala Harris as could be. But Harris seemed to know exactly where she was going, seemed to know exactly what she was saying. Now, you could say, well, it's because it's the issue, the border, her being border czar, and the terms of being border czar. So she knew that. Maybe. But when I'm looking at the face, and again, we're looking at Dana looks a little bit off. Kamala seems absolutely confident, like she's totally prepared for this. She knew what was coming. Dana Bash seems to be thrown off. And again, let me play the whole thing again for you. And again, we're looking at the first 19 seconds. We're looking for this section right here, where we see that Dana Bash is cut off, and Kamala Harris seems to know what is being asked of her.
Another issue, big one, is immigration. As Vice President, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
Northern part of Central America.
the northern part
in particular,
of Central America that deals with, that affects the southern border of the U.S.
So again, these are the first 19 seconds. It sounds like Kamala Harris is not just prepared, but she knows exactly what Dana Bash is going to say. So did she have the question ahead of time? Did they redo the interview? And this is the second time that she's hearing it. And so, Kamala Harris is eager to show that she's fully prepared and she's answering the question ahead of time. I don't know. Again, it could be the third option, that she's just well prepped for this. It's possible. I don't know that that's the case. And I have no reason to give her the credibility, the benefit of doubt or belief. It seems off to me. It seems disingenuous. But that's me. You may have a different opinion about that. Let's go on. What else does Dana say?
During the Biden-Harris administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
So before we see Kamala Harris's reaction to that, again, going back to this, look at what she says. So, as vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and the northern part of Central America. Well, let's be very clear. Just 2 weeks ago, all the major news media, including CNN, came out and tried to downplay and say that she wasn't the border czar, that she wasn't responsible for illegal immigration crossing the southern border. Now, this is factually incorrect, as we covered at the time, and we know that Axios and all the mainstream news media covered this and quoted her as being the border czar, and that was her responsibility. There is no question on that. So they know it's disingenuous. We know it's disingenuous. And now we have Kamala Harris admitting she was the border czar. She was responsible for trying to stem the flow of illegal immigration. That was the job she was given on March 24th of 2021. Fine. So she goes on to say, migration dealing with Central America that affects the southern border of the United States. During the Biden-Harris administration, there were a record number of illegal border crossings. She minimizes the impact here. There were a record number. There were 8 million known illegal aliens entering into the United States. That's 8 million that we caught in 3.5 years. Yes, that is record-breaking numbers. That doesn't count the ones that we didn't catch. So the number of illegal aliens entering into America is in excess of 8 million. That's the ones we know about and the ones we don't know about. So Dana Bash is significantly downplaying this as just, well, there's an extra 5,000 more than we had ever seen before. No. This is record-breaking. We're talking about double the numbers previously. This is beyond anything we've ever seen in this country because of the open border policies promoted by the Biden-Harris administration, effectively defeating or circumventing established law. Now, that's important. There is established law about how to deal with illegal immigration in the United States. California, New York, many of the Democratic border states don't enforce those laws. They're sanctuary states and sanctuary cities, so they disregard the law that is in place, especially California, which, Kamala Harris was the Attorney General for. But we'll get into that in just a moment. So the question is, why did they wait? Because we know they only just started to deal with this. In fact, if we go to the detention law, we know that this was an issue February of 2024, that the Biden-Harris administration decided to try and shut down the border and have a bipartisan immigration deal and to build a wall. That all came up in 2024, 3.5 years after they took office. So the question is, why did you wait? What was the reason? We saw month after month, year after year, exceedingly high numbers of illegal aliens entering into the United States, and it was Kamala Harris's job to stop that. So what is her specific answer to that question?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will.
Her answer starts off, the first thing she says is, the root cause of what she did as vice president was because of Joe Biden. So she's trying to deflect it. This was something that Joe Biden should have been taking care of, and he passed the buck down to Kamala Harris as vice president. She's shifting the blame, saying this is something the president should have handled, but he gave it to her. Well, that doesn't mean it's not the president's job. He can't do everything. And he gave it to her because she was supposed to be capable. In fact, she was a former prosecutor, a former attorney general in a border state. She should be familiar with it. In fact, that's what he said in March of 2021. That's why she was given the assignment, because she should be able to do it. And if she wants to be president, it's something where she could showcase how good she is at the job. So that doesn't take away any of her responsibilities. She's still responsible. No matter who gave her the job, no matter how she feels about whether or not it should have been done by someone else, it was her job and it was her mission to accomplish, point blank. So saying that it's Joe Biden's job doesn't work. She goes on to say, this actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. Wait a minute, illegal aliens are a benefit? We've heard this story before. We've heard this from Nancy Pelosi and many other Democrats. Illegal aliens are a benefit. That's why New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, all the border towns are going bankrupt. The infrastructure has been destroyed, because illegal aliens are such a boon to the economy. They boost up the economy so much that we're seeing cities and states go bankrupt trying to deal with them. So I don't understand how she can actually say there's a number of benefits. What are the benefits? Now, Dana Bash doesn't follow up and ask, what benefits? What is the good thing that happened for the American public, for the American economy, for having these illegal aliens in our country? People that we now are supporting, giving them a place to live, giving them food, giving them money to supplement them. We're taking care of them cradle to grave, hand over foot. What's the benefit that we're getting out of that? Kamala Harris never explains that. She never clarifies. She says, it's just a good thing. It's just great. It's wonderful for us. Really? How? Please justify this. Please explain this. So we don't know what these benefits are that she's talking about, but we do know many of the negatives, which includes not just that we have to take care of these individuals, but some of them have gone and committed crimes. In fact, some of them have gone on to commit murder. And as we have covered previously, some of these individuals who have entered the country illegally have not been vetted, and they are in fact members of terrorist organizations. There were 378 known or suspected terrorists that have been captured by the United States government after entering the United States upon crossing our southern border. We know that there were 8 individuals in California. We know there was at least two members of Hezbollah that were caught trying to go into New York to bomb there. We know that these things have happened. And again, that 378, that is an increase of 3,400%, 34 times higher than the entire 4-year term under President Trump. That is an enormous exponential increase. So I don't see benefits. What are the benefits? We don't know. She goes on to say, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. Which businesses? Security firms, I'm sure they're doing gangbuster business having to secure all the properties. Construction, maybe because businesses are being broken into. They have to build temporary shelters. So there are some businesses that will do well because it's just a lot of people, and those people have to be taken care of. Businesses that are selling food, they're selling blankets and clothing. Yeah, they're going to make money because these individuals have a need. But that doesn't mean it's good for the infrastructure of cities and states. It doesn't mean it's productive for the American government. And by the way, where's the money coming from that these people are spending? They came to America because they are impoverished. They don't have money. These aren't rich people bringing in their wealth into the United States and then building businesses and supplementing and creating more wealth in America. No, they're a drain. They are impoverished. They have no money. They have nothing to provide, and they are taking money. We have to print more money to take care of them, which means America is going more and more into debt. And by having to print more money, that means we have more inflation. That means poor people are hurt more and more. So again, there's no benefit, and the minor benefit to some local businesses, some of them, does not outweigh the net weight of the problem. So again, what Kamala Harris is saying makes no sense. And then she goes on to say, the number of migrants coming from that region, that would be South America, but they're not just coming from South America. See, that's also a misconception. We know they're coming from Africa, like in Angola. We know that they're coming from Southeast Asia, like Thailand. We know that they're coming from China. So they're not just coming from South America. That's a misrepresentation. That's not accurate. They're not just coming from Central America. That is a misrepresentation. That is not accurate. Some would even go to say that that is misinformation, if not disinformation, because it's not accurately representing what is the problem, that we have people from countries over in Europe, from Europe and Africa, from the Middle East, and from Southeast Asia that are entering into America, and they're becoming a larger and larger portion of the illegal aliens entering into the United States. That's an accurate picture, and that's an accurate statement. So to say that the number of migrants coming from that region, Central America, well, yeah, that has reduced. But the number of illegal aliens coming from Africa, the number of illegal aliens coming from the Middle East, the number of illegal aliens coming from Southeast Asia has increased, not only to equal, but to surpass the number of illegal aliens coming from Central America and Northern South America. That's just the fact. So she's playing with the numbers. She's playing with the demographics. She's playing a word game, hoping that no one has paid attention to the actual situation at hand. And that's kind of insulting to the American people. And it's something that Dana Bash knows the facts. She knows these details, and she should be able to call it out. She should be able to say, well, yes, there's less people come from South America. There's more people coming from the Middle East. Can you please explain that? That doesn't resolve the problem. You didn't do your job. So that's the first paragraph of what Kamala Harris had to say. She lied, essentially. But let's go on to see what else does she have to say. And again, look at her face as she's going through this.
I'll say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security.
Do you notice how she keeps looking down? I'm just highlighting. She's looking down continuously. She's not looking up like she's trying to remember something. She's not looking at Dana, because we see when she looks up, she looks at Dana. So it's not that she's looking at someone in the crew. It's not that she's trying to remember. Normally when people are remembering something, they look up and to the left and to cue their memory to remember something. People look up and they think about something. She's looking down. She's looking down and at her side, as if something was in writing, whether it be a cue card, a note, whatever it might be.
Why do 70% of critical thinkers
and
ditch
she's trying
Disney
to
Plus
look at the
because they've
notes
found
to see
something
what she
better?
wants to say.
In today's economy,
and she doesn't
every
sound
dollar
as
counts.
confident
So
in what
what's
she's
worth
saying. She
subscribing
seems
to?
be
Let's compare Disney Plus
not as comfortable
and no
talking
sound
about
bites
this,
allowed.
in my opinion.
With Disney
Which is
Plus, you're
supportive.
shelling out $140
And
a
through
year
bipartisan
for
work,
virtue
including some of the
signaling
most conservative
shows
members
targeting
of the United
mythical
States Congress,
modern
a
audiences.
bill was
Plus,
crafted,
a theater
which we
visit could cost
supported,
you $40
which I
or more. Ouch.
And
now
Donald
imagine
Trump
a
got
platform
word
where
of
fresh
this bill.
perspectives,
So let's
insightful
stop here
interviews,
again,
and
because
engaging
before she
discussions
goes into
are at
Donald
your
Trump,
fingertips.
and of
That's
course Orange
no
Man bad,
sound bites
which
allowed.
is the answer to
and
everything.
The best part,
according to
it's
Democrats, and
free with an option to
that's what
support
we've seen in
only if you choose.
2024. Everything
while
is
Disney Plus
Orange Man
ticks
bad,
off
but
virtue
she
signal
goes into the
checkboxes.
second paragraph
no
here where she
sound
says
bites allowed.
she's talking
Offers
about
real talk,
legislation.
and sharp analysis.
She's talking
perfect
about
for those who crave
the very
depth
bill
and
that I
clarity.
was talking
Why
about
break
here.
the bank for entertainment?
That's in
Subscribe to no
2024.
sound bites
The
allowed
question is,
and enjoy
what
meaningful
about
content
the time
without the
before
hefty price
2020?
tag.
2021, 2022, 2023. That was the specific question asked
right,
by
everybody,
Dana Bash.
I am back.
That's not being
So my
answered by
dog
Kamala
is
Harris.
okay.
She's talking about
don't know
2024.
what was-
She's talking about legislation. Sorry about that. Had some background noise. Hello and thank you, everyone. I am back. Sorry. Yes, there was some duplication in sound there for a minute. So I'm back. My dog is okay. I don't know what was going on with him. I don't know why he was so hyper. But that being said, he was hyper. He went crazy. He should be good for a little while. To answer, no, it wasn't Inception, Graham. It was me talking about Kamala Harris on this live stream. You know, I needed something to fill the air. Wasn't going to leave you guys with nothing. And I'll talk about Kamala Harris, the CNN interview. As you can see, I had a lot of problems. That was just in her talking about the one question on illegal immigration. And she had no substance there. But we will talk about the rest of the interview in one moment. Mike Bowie, I am glad that you are here with us. I see your comment about the 17 Texas National Guard members who died. There's more to that story, and it wasn't. The Post wasn't the first one to cover it. Actually, there was a smaller regional news out of Texas that covered the story. Came out yesterday, as I recall. And there's a lot to that. Not all 10 of them died because of illegal immigration or the border. We had an individual who had an accident. We had individuals that seemed to basically kill themselves. Other causes. So there was a lot. Oh, wait a minute. You guys thought I was live? No, I wasn't live. No, I wasn't live. I had to walk my dog. And so I had to jump off real quick because he was barking and he was very active and I couldn't talk. So that's why. But no problem. And Graham, no problem. We'll get to that. But I did want to finish the thought I had, which was in reference to what Laura Loomer had said, and just to bring everyone back to that. Oh, wait a minute. Let me bring my face back, too. There I am. So Laura Loomer had made the allegation, and we talked about why her tweet isn't credible. 90% unlikely. There's nothing that she said here that seemed very likely in terms of the sentencing of Donald Trump on the 18th. That's my dog again. Don't know why he's upset. I'm going to keep going. I can hear my dog in the background. Don't know what he's upset about. But, so that's unlikely. The question is about the National Guard. And there's a video which I can show you, which is on TikTok. It's very popular. Several people have reposted it, adding in some comments that don't make any sense. But here's the actual, this is, and I haven't traced down the original source of it, but this is the video. Now, the first thing I was mentioning is, just before my dog lost his mind, I have no idea who crowdsourced the truth is. I can't find them. They don't seem to have a TikTok page. They don't have a website. I don't see who it is. So I don't know who it is who put this out originally. But a lot of people have reposted it as if it's their original content. So that explains why it's viral. A lot of people saw that people were getting attention, so they reposted the video. This is the version that's on TikTok that on X that I saw. But this is, and there's a couple of problems. Let me play this for you. So this is a guy, he's walking down West 31st Street. I know where this is in Manhattan. I've actually been around that area. I was able to identify it. I'll explain how I could identify it in just one moment. But he's walking down.
Name of a restaurant.
By the way, there's been a filter that's been applied to this video. Do you notice how grainy this is? Almost any camera in the last 10 years will not give you. So it's either the video, when it was copied over badly, but I don't believe that because every copy I've seen had video of this same kind of graininess. So it makes me think it's the original video, and there's a reason for that. And I'll explain that in a second. So what I left off before, this circle that you see on the screen, which is a loading screen, you don't get that from when you actually copy a video. And I don't believe this is from when he did this because he's talking. And this is hiding an edit that has been done. I don't know what they're editing out. Possibly other people speaking. Whenever you see this, there's probably someone else speaking or replying or saying something that doesn't match the message that this TikTok video is trying to put out. And they're just hiding it from you. And that's how they're doing it, by showing this little circle. It's not accurate.
In Chinese, it might not work. Is the army turning this thing into a migrant shelter? Why do you guys...
So he's standing in front of some hotel. He's not being clear which hotel. He doesn't want to tell you which one it is, because if you knew which hotel it was, you would immediately be able to identify why this is false. This is fake. It's debunked. It's not real. He is lying to you. And this video is a lie. Whether you see it on X or you see it on TikTok or anything else, this is a lie. Let me debunk it further. He doesn't want you to see. It's the Hotel Walcott. W-O-L-C-O-T-T. It is on West 31st Street in Manhattan. I know this, and I'll show you how I know this for sure. So he's asking about the National Guard here. Why are they there?
You guys here?
Again, the fake edit. They responded to him. You see there's a jump cut because, and most people don't notice this. So we have the soldier who has his fatigues rolled up. Makes me think this is a Marine because of the way the fatigues are. They're rolled up. It's not the correct roll for the Marine Corps, as I remember, but he's definitely standing out versus his peers. Again, between the haircut and looking at the fatigues, the way they're rolled up, the nature of the fatigues makes me think this is a Marine, but I don't see insignia to give me a clear, or I can't clearly see the insignia, so I can't say for sure. This looks like a Marine. But he's hiding the response because he does that fake edit, and suddenly the Marine isn't there anymore. He's still talking as if he did not, like there's no edit. He's talking through as if there's no edit, but we can see there's a jump cut here. So he took out something, which is most likely the response to, why are the National Guard at this hotel? Are there National Guard here? Yes. Why? That section seems to have been removed so that he can put a message out and lie to the public, to the viewers who aren't paying attention to the details. These are things that most people wouldn't notice. When I saw it the first time, I didn't quite catch it. Last night when I was first sent this, I didn't know. And when I started looking into it, I didn't notice it. It's the second time and the third time that I reviewed it that I noticed this jump cut trick and this fake upload to make you think it's TikTok or whatever service you're watching it, whether it's X or TikTok, that they're delaying, and so it's jumping because of the provider that you're watching it on, the platform you're on. No, it's the way they did it. This is their edit. So let's go on.
Hotel. Why is the Army at the...
So now we got that same, this is the same soldier, which I believe, again, is a Marine, based on the fatigues, based on the way he has his fatigues rolled up at the boots and at his arms. This is more the Marine Corps style of doing that, as opposed to the Army guy, different hair, obviously, very different haircut, different style of fatigues. The Marines would tend to have the same style of fatigues on, as opposed to this. It's a very different style of fatigues. Look at that. His cover, which this guy should be wearing the cover on the outside, which again makes me think this is Army, not Marines. Hairstyle's wrong. Not wearing a cover outdoors. Rolled down sleeves. This, he doesn't have his boots bloused. The fatigues at his cami boots, his cami fatigues, they're not bloused properly. So this makes me think this is Army. This is Marine Corps. Big difference between the two. Both of them probably reservists. Probably. Might be active service. Definitely reservist. Leaning, slouching like just some Joe. He's just hanging out. So he may not even be military. Just by his stance, by his haircut. Looks like he might have some facial hair here. This looks like it might not even be military. He's just wearing it for the hell of it. Or he's a reservist. One or the other.
This hotel.
We're here at the request of the state.
Now they're telling this guy that, yeah, we're here. We're stationed here. Okay.
The state of New York has put the...
Again, another jump cut. Look at the guy with the backpack. He's here, and suddenly he's there. So in the space of a second, as he does that little edit thing where you're not supposed to notice, he jumps forward. So there's something that's being said to him, and he's talking through this. So it's an edit. They're editing through this, again, meant to deceive you. He's like, why would they have
the Army into hotels?
Military.
What the hell is that about?
Now they had a freeze frame. And he's talking. It's frozen, but he's talking. This is another edit. This is them inserting more language. It's not because his camera can't cover this. It's not because of TikTok or X or any other service. This is them putting the deception together so that you don't notice what they're cutting out. The essential information that they are getting that disproves what they're saying here.
What the hell is that about?
Now we got another jump cut. What happened? We're suddenly jumping forward. They hid the edit so you don't notice. The soldiers are going inside, okay? And one guy came out. Makes you think that this is a regular operating hotel because you didn't notice this guy. But here's something else you didn't notice. There's the identifier of where this place is. It's the Hotel Walcott. So that's how you can figure it out. That's one of the clues that I got for, besides knowing Manhattan, besides finding the place, this is what tells you. It's the Hotel Walcott, which means this is West 31st Street. Now, this guy, many people will think, well, he's someone who just, he's got a room in the hotel. No, he's a worker. This is his job. This is paperwork he has with him. These may be plain clothes, but he's a government worker from what I can tell. And this is his paperwork he has with him. Why? Because the Hotel Walcott, since November of 2022, has been an asylum. New York City and New York State rented out the entire hotel, 175 rooms that are there just to house asylum refugees. This is a refugee hotel. So New York City, this is part of the $6 billion a year that are being spent. This is a 3-star hotel, and it is only for asylum refugees. It's better than where I got a room. They got a hotel. They got room service. This is being rented out by New York City and New York State for the refugees. And that's why they have active military there or National Guard there. It's because this is an asylum. These asylum refugees, not all of them have been vetted. So they shouldn't be in the country. We don't have 100% trust of them. And to secure them from the public and the public from them, the asylum refugees, the illegal immigrants, that's the separation. That's why they have National Guard. It's security for the hotel, for the refugees, the illegal aliens, and the public, and giving them that separation. They're not telling you that in this video.
This is a public hotel, right? What is the Army doing in this hotel? Have you guys taken...
Now, he can record all the way up until he entered into the facility. Once he's in the facility, in New York State, you still only need one person to give you authorization to be able to tape them. So, being the person who's recording, he doesn't need to ask permission to record. But once he entered into their facility, now it's no longer public location. He can still record, but if they say you can't record in our location, they don't allow recording inside, then he has to exit. That's the way the rule works. But here he is. So he goes on and he says,
over this hotel?
And now we got another one of those jump cuts. I know, I heard him. Another one of these jump cuts. Again, we've got the odd mix of fatigues. This looks, again, still looks way out of place. Again, I'm thinking he's a Marine. This is him in the, you can see his reflection, the guy who's doing the video. And you've got two guys, National Guard. They seem very confused. They don't know what's going on. Why is this guy here? What's going on?
Oh, what is... You can't record.
Another jump. Again, another jump cut. There's that, again, that loading screen. It's a jump cut.
You can't record.
To a woman. Now, this seems to be a federal employee. Very much like the other guy, again, had the same shirt. Where is he? Same bluish type shirt with this guy. And he seems to have the patches. Can't identify them. They blurred the video. This is why there's a filter on here. They blurred this. They lowered the resolution because it's not matching the resolution everywhere else. You should, on almost any modern camera in the last 10 years, you should easily be able to make out what the patch is on his arm. They blurred this on purpose so you wouldn't be able to see clearly. Again, this is to make sure you don't know what's going on, so that you believe the lie that they're putting in front of you. And this woman says, get out. Why? Because this is an asylum, and there are certain privacy concerns for the illegal aliens that are staying in this hotel being rented out by New York State and New York City.
What the fuck is the Army doing taking over civilian hotels in the middle of New York City?
Trying to make it seem like, oh,
I can't record.
Why would they be doing this? Why is the state doing this? There has to be some conspiracy. There has to be some kind of secret. It has to be for Trump. It has to be for something dangerous. No, it's not. By the way, just to let everyone know, I called Hotel Walcott. I spoke with them directly. I confirmed that, yes, the National Guard are still there. Yes, they are still housing illegal aliens, asylum seekers, if you want to call them that. They are still housing them. They are still getting paid by New York State and New York City. So, and they are not taking any public, any individuals. The public cannot rent an hotel there. So it's debunked. This isn't real. They lied to the public. And let's see, Hotel Walcott. Let's see. Go to their website. This is Hotel Walcott. And notice, that's that same globe that you saw in the video. This is it. And let me see. What are the room rates, by the way? I thought there's a screen that has the room rates in it somewhere. Was it contact? No. Attractions. There were room rates here somewhere. He was just fine. He doesn't. He just walked around. He doesn't want to do anything. Sorry, I'm talking about my dog. Now, if you check availability for September 2nd, as an example. Well, while that's loading up, as we're trying to see real time about the availability, I literally spoke with the hotel. So I can confirm the video is fake. The message on the video is false. This isn't real. You can't get a room. It's just not possible. No rooms available. No rooms available. Even for selected periods, you can't get it because the city has booked out every single one of the rooms. It's one of the hotels just for illegal aliens. You can't get a room there. So I hope that answers for the public how fake that was. And I did put out the message on Facebook. I think I have, on Twitter. I did post earlier, and let me see if I can find my post on it. Here it is. So let me show you. This was 20 hours ago that I did. This is my page on X. And you can see right here that I was debunking it and everything I just went over. I went in more detail, but again, I covered this. This is fake. It is not real. And I made it public. I don't know how many people saw it. And share this. Let people know about this. Let them see this so they know this is how you identify the fake news. Find the location. I found it. I found which is the hotel. I found the name, so I know. I called them myself. I checked the news stories on this. And by the way, you can also verify, I believe this is from the New York Post. And the border crisis, emergency shelters for migrants have no rooms, January 6, 2023. And in this story, they reference, yes, Hotel Stewart is one of them, but they also reference the Walcott. The Walcott is also mentioned that they too, and by the way, this is one of those signs that are on, it's also on the Walcott, which he had blurred out so that you wouldn't be able to see it. So this is the Hotel Walcott. This is exactly where he was at. This is one of those lamp posts. Oh, I'm not showing you guys that. Sorry. This is the New York, let me go back. This is the New York Post article from January 6th of 2023. This is where they mentioned the Walcott. Here's an image of the outside of the Walcott. Here's the store. When he exits, he walks towards this. This is the lamppost where you saw the soldiers were standing next to it, and you could see he was walking past this lamppost right here. He didn't show you the top so you could see the name, but there are the double doors. That's where he was. This is the exact same location. It is only for illegal aliens. Yeah, this is debunked. This isn't real. Not even close. So, just wanted everyone to know about that. That's fake. We're debunking it. And it doesn't matter what, on the left, on the right, if it's false, if it's fake, if it's not real, I will debunk it for you. I will tell you what is the truth every time. Graham, I know you wanted to call in because we wanted to talk about, and I know most of you guys got to see most of my discussion about Kamala Harris. She's just, there's nothing there. Nothing at all. Close the door. Leave him in. My dog's acting up again. We were just outside. He was fine. Now he wants to act up. Khan, come here. Come here. Come here. Sorry. It's my dog. He's acting up. And I wanted to talk about this. So if you want to try and call in, Graham, call in right now. Because my dog's acting up. But call in right now. I'll be happy to take your call. Or if anyone wants to call, you could always call at any time, folks. And as you can see, the number is 929-715-8569 to call in on whatever it is you want to discuss with me. At the same time, you can leave chats or super chats on Rumble as well as on YouTube if you wish to do that. Yeah, Graham, you always ask for permission to call in. Just call in, Graham. Every time you always ask for permission. Just call in. And here comes Graham. All right, Graham, give me 2 seconds here. All right, Graham, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're really low, but if you cannot fix that, then that's totally fine.
Nope, that's the connection, so can't do anything about that.
Okay, hang on a sec.
So, Graham, what are you thinking?
Okay, okay, say that again.
What's on your mind?
All right, dude. So first of all, thank you for that compliment earlier, man. I appreciate that. The reason why I really like to engage with you in terms of political discussion is, one, because we do disagree on a lot, but I also know that you are somebody who's intellectually honest. Like the positions that you advocate for, like you wholeheartedly believe in them. And I also know that there's been instances in which you've said like, okay, well, whatever my position was on that, I'm okay. I'm flexible and able to adjust my opinion when I come to the conclusion that like, okay, I was kind of wrong on that.
Oh yeah, if I'm wrong, if there's an argument that makes sense and I'm wrong, then I'll change my position. Of course. I mean, that's why we have these conversations, to try and find the best position. And I start with one. I have my reasons, which I share with everyone, but I'm open to always hearing someone else's point of view because I'm human. I could be wrong. I could be missing something. So no problem.
Okay, yeah. So the reason I called you today is to talk about censorship and debate preparation for the upcoming ABC Trump-Harris debate. And of course, and when I say debate prep, I mean for President Trump because he's my president.
Yeah, I'm with you. Go ahead.
All right. So first, let's talk about censorship. So on Friday, I got an email from YouTube. And the email said, we have taken down your video due to quote unquote harmful conspiracy theories and quote unquote promoting violence.
You know, they've been doing a lot of that since January. Basically, they just want to silence people. They just want to silence people.
Yeah. Yeah. So this video of mine, and the thing is I don't have a big channel. I don't have, I think I don't even have more than 100 subscribers. And this was the one video in which it got maybe around like 3,500 views. And the reason is because it was my February 2020 interview with Jacob Chansley. He's the guy that people call him Buffalo Man. People call him the Q Shaman. He was the guy dressed in the very colorful attire,
like an American Indian chief.
Who walked into the Capitol on January 6th.
Right, and he looked like an American Indian chief. And as we have learned since that time, we have seen that there is an additional 4,000 hours of video, and we know that he was being escorted by police, Capitol Police, throughout the Capitol to bring him into the main chamber where he spoke. And we know that afterwards, he was telling the public to disperse peacefully. And yet, he was put in jail for years because he's some kind of criminal, even though he was absolutely peaceful, escorted around. Yes, I remember the video. I know exactly who he is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm happy to say, Michael, that I have joined the ranks of American patriots who have been censored by big tech. Achievement unlocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. And of course, okay, right. So of course it's ridiculous because in the interview, all he talked about was ideas. And everything in politics today is a discussion of ideas.
Well, that's what politics is. It is ideas. And what's more dangerous than an idea?
Right. So here's my own theory on how I think my 4-year-old video got taken down. It's a mixture of both petty partisanship and big tech incompetence. Someone, probably on the left, came across it and did not like it because it humanizes Jacob Chansley, a person who was very demonized by the media. After they flagged the video, YouTube sends me an email saying it's been taken down, and here's the process of appealing the decision. I get only 100 characters to defend the validity of my work. An in-person interview that took place outside of a Trump rally in February 2020. To put that in context, when Twitter first came out, the first tweets were something around 160 characters in length. So we're allowed not even the length of an original tweet to defend against accusations of conspiracy theories and promoting violence. This is utterly ridiculous.
Well, the whole point is you're not supposed to win that. And I've had more than my share of YouTube algorithm challenges. I've won most of them, but I get them regularly, especially on Facebook, on YouTube. I get it on a regular basis where they try and take down something, and they make accusations that have nothing to do with what's on the screen. I had a video one time with the Liberty First Foundation, the Friday Roundtable, and they literally said, oh, we have to take down a live stream, a 2-hour live stream, and because the last 3 seconds of the entire 2-hour live stream, 3 seconds, they said there's a gun on screen, and you can't have a gun on the screen. And they gave a citation for their rules in YouTube, except the rules in YouTube don't say you can't have a gun on screen. But more importantly, there was no gun on the screen. The timestamp that they said we have to take it down for, there is no gun. There is nothing on the screen, just human faces. And so they had to reverse themselves. But the point of doing these things, when you have these challenges, it isn't whether or not you're going to win. They're trying to discourage you from ever doing it again. They want to silence you. They want to annoy you so that, one, hopefully you'll never challenge it and you'll just be silent and cowed and do as you're told. Or two, it's so annoying you never want to go through that process again. Again, that means they silenced you and you're done. So it's punishment. This is political punishment.
Well, in this case, I could have had a backup of my video, and I could have immediately gone to Rumble and just uploaded another copy of the video, except that I don't have a copy of that 4-year-old video on hand. I could take some time, to access it, but it's a little bit far away, and I don't have it right now. So until I take that step, it's removed.
Yeah, and that's the problem. When they delete something out of the blue, well, how am I supposed to? It's my content. Yes, it's on your site, but it's my content. And if I want to reclaim my content, yes, you want to take it down? Okay, whatever. Then let me take my content back. No, they delete it. So you don't, God forbid, you don't have a backup, or you don't have it uploaded on multiple sites like I do now. I have terabytes. I have, I don't know, something like 10 terabytes of video going back several years, but I don't have everything. And I also have it on Rumble and some other sites, but it's still a pain in the ass. And all of a sudden they just pull something and you don't know if you have that copy. Why are you taking my content and destroying it without giving me the chance to take my content back? They're making money off of it. They're advertising off of it. They have no problem having people watch it. They want that. But the moment they don't like it, oh, I lose all my rights for my content. Again, this is censorship. This is how they say it's meant to piss you off, to make you never do it again. That's sad.
Yeah, I definitely agree that they could at least be a little bit more courteous with the process. They could at least give fair warning and say, hey, we have disabled people being able to view this video, but here's, the ability for you to re-download what you uploaded to us in terms of like the raw copy file. Okay, maybe they don't have that capacity. But if it's a 4-year-old video, if it's a video that's like, not very recent, there should definitely be some sort of process to make it more courteous on the uploader.
Well, I wish they would do that. But again, this isn't meant to be courteous. It's not meant to be helpful. It's not meant to be beneficial. It's meant to be abusive. This is them abusing the Second Amendment. This is they don't like. It's one of the reasons why I really hope people like and share and most of all subscribe so much. It's because they don't want this content out. It's not a question of talent. I have the talent. It's not a question of research or credibility. I'm very credible. Members of Congress have had me reviewed, and I know that I've been checked out by the Library of Congress several times. The lawyers for Congress have reviewed every single video I have ever done. I know the FBI, I know the DOJ have looked through every single video I have ever done. My credibility is not in question. I have passed that, and I've gone through this Secret Service checklist to be able to be part of the limited news media that were able to cover President Donald Trump when he was in Utica. So I have credibility. The question isn't that. The question is they don't want you to do certain things. They're trying to, it's like Pavlov. I'm going to punish you every time you do something wrong until you start doing right. And that's evil. That's a violation of the First Amendment. And they're hiding behind Article 230 and saying, oh, but that's our right. No, this is abusive, and I really hope Trump had a chance to change that in his first administration. I hope going forward he would do it. Because we should be able to question, in America, we should be able to question any and every politician, no matter how we want to question them or critique them or just however we want to feel. You know what I mean?
Right. So this is how what I just told you relates to the presidential campaign. This is part of the left's strategy to use censorship, character assassination, and emotional manipulation against the voting public. And here are 4 points of evidence regarding emotional manipulation, and I'll recap at the end. Number 1, we saw this in Joe Biden's first year of office. In his September 2021 speech on the 9/11 anniversary, he proclaimed that the greatest threat facing America was domestic terrorism and violent extremism. This began the demonizing campaign against MAGA and created a national climate of partisan hatred and government-led political persecution. Number 2, fast forward to the July 2024 debate between Biden and Trump. While Joe Biden appeared senile and feeble, he revealed 2 gaps in President Trump's psychological armor: emotional volatility and mental fortitude. During the debate, President Trump's face revealed anger and contempt many, many times. By the second half of the debate, Biden had landed enough petty emotional attacks to where Trump had visibly lost some of his energy. Let's remember that Biden stated back in 2020 that he was a transition candidate. Joe Biden's real objective in the debate was not to win, but to weaken Trump and make him vulnerable to further petty emotional attacks. Biden effectively laid the foundations for Kamala Harris to psychologically ambush Trump in the second debate. Point number 3.
Okay, go on.
Unless you want to speak.
Well, yeah. Your second point, I don't quite agree with. And the reason why, I don't believe that Biden was trying to set up Kamala Harris. First of all, he doesn't like her. Second of all, he didn't want her. He was forced to take her because the reason why he had to pick a black woman, that was from the Democratic Party. That was from the progressive wing. And he had to appease them to keep them voting in 2020. So that's why she was picked. She hit the right checkboxes. She is a DEI candidate. It was never about whether she was qualified or not. And nobody in the Democratic Party like her. Not the elites, not the rank and file, which is why she went bankrupt in 2019 trying to run for the presidency. No one liked her. And the mainstream Democrats don't like her. But she fit the check boxes, so she got in. Biden did not want to give up his position as president. He wanted to run. But everyone recognized that not only have consistently every poll said Democrats say they don't trust him to be able to finish, but once he went onto that stage, his mental deficiency, which we know for a fact, he is a part-time president. We know he only works from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. 5 days a week. That's been confirmed by international independent news media. So, even mainstream news media. So he wanted to keep the job. He thought he was capable. His family wanted to keep it because that's lucrative to them and their outside international deals. He was forced out. They were going to embarrass him, and they did embarrass him. Look at all the leaks that came directly from Nancy Pelosi and Obama, where they directly leaked that got to get rid of him. He was forced out. Kamala was the only one who would be able to access the money, and she has the excuse, I'm a woman and I'm a woman of color. Therefore, that insulates her from most of the attacks. Donald Trump took pity on Joe Biden in that first interview because it was obvious. Biden was disabled. He was unable to be able to protect himself. And looking at Kamala, he's been switching over because everything was set up to attack Joe Biden. Now he has to switch up to Kamala. The problem is Kamala has no substance. As you could see when I took the break and I was covering her question on immigration, she has no substance. She has no position. That makes it very difficult to run a campaign against her. She doesn't stand for anything. She flip-flops on everything. She is whatever is the most popular thing right this second that will get her votes. And she doesn't care. She loves to say, I didn't change my position. You're right. You didn't have a position in the first place. She doesn't have a belief or core ideology. She is ambition. She is more pure ambition than Hillary Clinton. So that's my reasoning why I say it wasn't a setup. She wasn't ever intended to be in this position, not in this way. And Biden wasn't trying to help set up Trump. It just worked out that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. So here's my next point. In the CNN interview, and I'm curious to hear if you agree with this. In the CNN interview with Dana Bash, Kamala Harris appeared nervous and sheepish next to a bold, polished, and eager Tim Walz. I know you watched the interview. Do you agree with that?
For the most part, yes. Well, mostly because Kamala, again, she has no core. She has no policies, no values. That's why her website is empty. And Tim Walz is there to project empathy. And Tim Walz does have a core value. He's a progressive. He's an absolute progressive. He's willing to lie to push his progressive agenda and to maintain power. So he's her backup. When she gets in trouble, he steps in to distract and to project empathy. That's why he was there. And it tells me the mere fact that she had to do a joint interview, she is weak as hell. No world leader, Emmanuel Macron, Keir Starmer, Justin Trudeau, go around the world. Any leader, Chairman Xi, Kim Jong-un, Putin, I don't care whether it's the good guys, the bad guys, the Ayatollah, doesn't matter where you point. Strong leaders always do the interview themselves. They never have someone else with them. There is no distraction from them and their policy. Kamala Harris has Tim Walz because she's weak. And that's the ultimate example of it right there. She needed backup. Every other leader in the world, they don't need backup. Kamala Harris is weak. She stands for nothing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So maybe you'll agree with this too. Many commentators are correctly pointing out that Harris is being coddled by the legacy media. In my view, this is not mere institutional favoritism or political bias. This is part of the Harris-Walz's campaign strategy to signal anxiety and timidity on the part of Harris. And this is so that they can lure Trump into feeling overconfident heading into the ABC debate.
No. I understand that. I've heard several people who've come up with that idea, that they believe this is lower the expectations down to the floor, so no matter how badly you do, you're better than the expectations. It's kind of like the Marvels. Everyone, I'm using a movie metaphor here, but the Marvels, everyone knew that was going to be a crap movie. Everyone knew it was going to be garbage. So when it came out, even though it was garbage, it wasn't nearly as bad as what we expected. Same thing with Rings of Power, just came out. It's the answer people are saying is it's not as bad as they were expecting given what happened in season 1. Well, you lowered the bar of expectation so low, anything has to be better. You know, having a blank screen is better. It's the same thing with Kamala. And a lot of people are saying, well, she did that on purpose. Here's the thing. She's not good enough to do that. Her team isn't good enough to do that. Because to do that, you have to have something to start with. You've heard her speak, or at least I've watched her speak around the world when she's talking in South Korea, when she went over to Taiwan, when she's talking with Americans all across this country. She has nothing to say. She has nothing to build on. She has nothing to cover. There's nothing there. She's empty. She's useless, and she's not a good speaker. Look at the CNN interview she did with Dana Bash, as you mentioned, and listen to what she's saying. She's not answering. She's dodging question. 85% of everything that was asked was dodged. She didn't give answers. She gave platitudes, but she never actually answered anything. And she never expected to be challenged on anything because she's used to being able to say, I'm a black woman, don't question it. And so that's what she's been expecting. This is why they've been hiding her from the press, because she's not ready. She's not good enough. And I think Trump is going to destroy her. The key that Trump has to worry about is the one thing that Democrats are counting on. She's black, which isn't quite correct. They want you to think she's African American. She's not. She is black. She's not African American. And African Americans are very clear about that. She's not. That's not just me saying that. There are many people who are saying she's not African American. She is black. And she's a woman. And they're using those two things because you're a sexist, you're a racist. If you question her at all, you're sexist, you're racist, shut up. That's their excuse. Now, here's one other thing I'll put in there, and then I'll let you go to your next point. And that is, I expect Democrats don't expect her to win. Nobody thinks she's going to actually win. She's not there to win. She's there to motivate just enough Democrats to show up and vote down ballot for Congress and the Senate so that Democrats maintain their power. That's what they were terrified of with Joe Biden. It's not that he would lose, it's that he was going to make Democrats weren't going to show up, which meant Republicans would win huge in every single race because there's no Democrats actually voting because they were just fed up. They were disgusted. They weren't worried about RFK. They weren't worried about Donald Trump. They're worried about the down ballot. They're worried about Congress and the Senate. That's why they have Kamala there. So that if long shot, Maybe she pulls it off because she's a woman and she's a woman of color, and maybe that carries the day. Good news, bonus if they get that. But they don't expect that. They expect she's going to motivate just enough of the progressives and the youth who are running on this whole, she's a woman of color, I have to vote for her, otherwise I'm a sexist and a racist, I have to. And they're hoping that that's going to carry them through so that when they get in there, they vote straight down the line D, like this is what they want, just vote straight down the line D and get the hell out. That's all they want. And that's what she's there for. But go ahead.
Yeah, so my next point has to do with Kamala Harris pushing for microphones that are going to be always on during the debate. And before I tell you what the reason is that I think it is, I want to ask you, what do you think? What do you think Harris's angle is when she's pushing for microphones that are going to be always on during the debate?
The reason why Kamala Harris wants the microphones on, she's hoping that Donald Trump will be Donald Trump. Now, mind you, they tried this same lie against Biden. Well, it wasn't a lie, but they lied about Biden. And we could see in the video, 75-80% of the video of the debate with Joe Biden, you could see Trump on screen. And you could see he wasn't saying anything. The microphones didn't pick up anything. You were looking at him. He wasn't saying anything. So it didn't work because Joe Biden, he didn't need to. Joe Biden was screwed up all by himself. And I think Trump had pity on him, so he didn't have to add anything to it. But she's counting that he's going to be so eager to discredit her, which is pretty easy to do. Her record is discreditable. So she's thinking he's going to do that, and then she can turn around and say, see how he hates women? He hates women of color. He's a sexist racist because he's interrupting. That's why she wants the mics on. Because no matter what he says, which will likely be true and correct, her out is sexist, racist. Don't listen to what he actually said. Forget about the substance. Ism, ist. He's an ist and a phobe. Don't listen. I am the victim. Vote for me. That's why she wants the microphone.
So I think we agree, maybe partly. I think that the main reason that Kamala Harris is pushing for microphones that are always on is because she wants to use interruptions to devolve the conversation, to get under Trump's skin, and to make him react in irritation. And the reason that I say this is because the strategy is turn Trump's strengths into weaknesses. Trump has been the most accessible president and candidate in modern American history. I believe he's had more press time, like taking more questions from press, and done more interviews than any president in modern American history, I believe.
Aggressive interviews with people who oppose him vehemently. That is true, yes.
Right. So Democrats have a massive amount of material with which to study his vulnerabilities. And because they will not be able to defeat him on the substance, that's why I believe Kamala Harris wants to use petty emotional attacks, interruptions, in order to devolve the conversation to prevent a complete defeat.
That would be true if she was capable. She's not. If you've looked at her other speeches, if you look at her other debates, look at the way when she was interrupted by one of the protesters, one of the far left protesters who are not going to vote for her. And she's not winning them over. She knows that. And what was when they did the first time, what did she do? I'm speaking. Shut up, I'm speaking. That was her response. She's not witty. She can't go off the cuff. She's kind of like Obama in that. Off the cuff sounds horrible. Decent in reading a speech. Off the speech, complete mess. All the eloquence disappears. But she doesn't have eloquence. She doesn't have the charisma of an Obama to start with. So Obama, even when he's off the script, he's still eloquent And so he carries it. He's still charismatic. So he carries it, even though he's a mess when he's not reading off the script. Kamala isn't charismatic. She is vile. She's just unpleasant at all times. You can see it in her face. She's unpleasant because she's never satisfied. Like most progressives, she always wants more. She can never get enough to make her happy. She's always trying to get to the next promotion, but she's not qualified for it. And when you listen to her in her speeches, this is why Tulsi Gabbard did so well against her. When Tulsi Gabbard brought her record up against her, she wasn't able to defend herself. She can't think that fast, and she's not that good. And so most of the time she's gotten by because she can say, I'm a woman, I'm a Democrat, I'm a person of color, you can't question me. When she does get questioned, she doesn't know what to do. She's not good at answering that. So I don't think she's good enough to attack Trump and piss him off. I mean, that's not hard to do in the first place. Trump is very emotional. He's easy to bait to get that, but he's also good. He's smart. He studies his people. He knows the issues. He's not a dumb man. So whether you bait him into reacting, his reaction is actually substantive more often than not. Yeah, he has a couple of names for people. He's rude about it, given, but he's substantive in what he is saying. Whether you like it or not, that's a different thing. But he's substantive in the attack that he's making, and she doesn't have a defense for that. So I don't think they're going to try. They want pity. She is the victim. She is victimhood personified. This election is about representation and victimhood. And she's the victim and she's the representation. And that's what they want the young Democrat voters to come out and vote for, because they're not thinking about consequences. Older voters, absolutely thinking about consequences. And they're not voting for Kamala Harris. Younger voters don't think about consequences. They have feelings. They're enraptured about feelings. And her feeling is victimhood and representation. You can't be against that. Otherwise, you're an evil Nazi. So therefore, you should vote for her. That's what her whole campaign is. That's what they're looking for. Don't look stupid. Don't make any major mistake. And be the victim. That's what's, in my opinion, that's what's going to get her through the debate. Being the victim and just trying to not make any major mistakes, which means she's going to shut up. She's not going to really answer anything, because if she does, you've heard the word salad that she says. She makes no sense.
Right. It's interesting that you bring up the Kamala Harris "I'm speaking" line, because from what I've seen, the left is kind of looking forward to that. Like, they want that to happen, and if it does, they will be cheering in enthusiasm, because of their preconceived notions, that have to do with society and gender injustices and the sort of trope of a toxic male interrupting a female as if it doesn't happen both ways.
Yeah, I get that, but that's the emotion. That's the feeling. Okay? And they're, again, this is an election about feelings. And that's temporary. And that's all they feed off of. Oh, we've got to get Trump. We need a picture of Trump when he's been arrested. Oh, isn't that great? Yeah, but what about the substance behind it? Because it did more for Trump than it did for the left. They felt good for 5 seconds. Everyone else was pissed off because it was a kangaroo court. Trump got convicted. They felt good for 30 seconds. And everyone else said, this is a kangaroo court. This is political manipulation. And Trump got more of a benefit out of it. They're very short-sighted. They want that hit. They want that endorphin hit, that emotion. Ooh, they've got the rush. And then comes the consequences, and they lose. So yeah, they want her to be able to go, ooh, look, she fought back. She made a statement. Yeah, but she has zero substance. So who gives a damn? She's an empty suit. She is destructive because she is nothing. And I'm not saying it because she's black or a woman. It's because she has nothing. Hillary Clinton would destroy this chick because Hillary Clinton actually has things she believes in. She actually has something. And I hate Hillary Clinton. I think she's evil. But she's better than Kamala because Kamala is nothing. And she's so weak. When you're nothing, you're weak. There's nothing, there's no substance, no structure, no foundation, which means everything can defeat that. Because you can't defend nothing. You can't. Which means America's in deep, deep shit if Kamala's in charge. That makes sense?
Yeah. So I'll continue on to my last point. All this negativity provides the high contrast backdrop for why the DNC convention was light on substance and heavy on vibes, energy, joy, and optimism. Some commentators have called this a psychological operation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I mean, think about it. Okay, this is I believe, this is day 42 of the Kamala Harris campaign. Day 42. She's acquired from the Biden campaign somewhere around $350 million. She's raised on her own somewhere around $200 million. Let's call it $500 million minimum, okay? $500 million plus all the staff and DC consultants you could possibly want. I'm showing on the screen right now. This is real time. Matter of fact, I will do this, I'll update it live with you. She wants money. First thing to ask her, give us money. Second thing, go to the main page. Give us money. Here's a bio. I'm a black woman. Tim Walz is a progressive. There is no policy. They stand for nothing. They're empty. Day 42, I have never seen a candidate running for any elected office, whether it's local or federal or presidential, that the day they announce their website doesn't have policy. She's day 42. She has $500 million. You mean you can't find one Democrat in D.C., in the news media, that can write a policy for you and say, this is a summary of what she stands for? Not one? Bullshit. She's not doing it because there's nothing there. Make sense?
Yeah. Okay. So to
Okay.
recap.
Yeah, go ahead, recap, because I gotta go back out.
Yeah. I'll be done pretty soon. So to recap my 4 points regarding the campaign of emotional manipulation. 1, demonizing MAGA and creating a toxic, polarized political climate. 2, Biden's debate performance as psychological kamikaze attack on Trump. 3, Harris signaling weakness during campaign interviews, luring Trump into overconfidence. 4, Harris debate strategy to trigger Trump into emotional reaction. This will be spun by the media as proof of Trump being a hideous monster who will surely become an abusive dictator if he retakes the Oval Office. 5, DNC, happy, joy, optimism-based psychological operation. And here is my conclusion, because I sense that you have to go. I think that the ABC debate will likely be the only Trump-Harris debate of the campaign season. Trump needs to expect that Harris will attempt to ambush and emotionally besiege him for the duration of the contest. To counter this, Trump needs to be very mentally and emotionally disciplined. Specifically, I am saying that when Trump criticizes Harris on her leadership failures and bad policies, he should do so in a manner that is stern and matter of fact. Both Harris and the moderators will attempt to bait Trump into anger and lashing out, but he must remain strong, resolute, and disciplined in his messaging. He must conduct himself with the unshakable confidence that comes from being on the correct side of history.
Okay.
And go ahead.
That's not going to happen. He's going to be emotional because Trump is emotional. He's going to attack. He will he will be baited emotionally. That's going to happen. But she's not going to lose because of that. She's going to lose because at some point, substance matters. Yes, I think there's going to be one debate because they think that she can get away with it. Again, their biggest danger is people looking behind the curtain and saying, what else is there? What else you got? And there's nothing. And just like, oh, I'm going to fix the tips. Why aren't you doing it now? Oh, I have the solution for housing. Why aren't you doing it now? I know how to fix the food prices. Why aren't you doing it now? The second you look behind the curtain, there is nothing there. And so no matter how, again, they want the temporary sugar rush from the debate to try and get the early voting. That's why they have it in September for the early voting. They want to sucker in those early voters who are just going to go, oh my God, she's a woman, she's under attack, I have to vote for her. Trump's an evil bad guy because orange man bad. I've only been told that for 8 years in a row. Every college, every school has been training kids orange man bad. Get out the early vote, get the mail-in vote, and have them vote before they start thinking, oh, by the way, what am I voting for? What does she stand for? What is she going to do? She has a record of failure, abject, total failure. And the moment people think that, which is the majority of voters before the election, not the early voters, the people who actually vote a little bit later, closer to the election day, and she will lose. She will need a second debate because the first one isn't going to last. The sugar rush, the high, isn't. Just like they spent an entire month, 33 days, of every single left-leaning piece of media pushing her, wiping out her history, reinventing her history to try and tell you that she's the bestest ever. She's the same as Ray Palpatine. You've never seen someone so great, so wonderful, so perfect. And it didn't work. She gained 3 points in the polling above where Joe Biden was averaging. 3 points. She hasn't gone higher. She's not continuing to climb. Even after the DNC, not going higher. She's at 46.5, 46.8%. She hasn't gone higher. She's never going to. You can't push her further, which means they got to keep giving people these hits of endorphins, of sexism, racism, victimhood. Vote for her. Be the good person. Don't be the monster. You've got to stand up by making your vote. They're going to push that over and over again, trying to get her through the line, through the finish line. Again, they don't need her to win. They don't expect her to win. They just expect her to be competitive enough to get Congress, to be able to maintain their seats in Congress and the Senate. So they don't care if she wins, because she's not supposed to. She's not expected to. They just need enough, just enough, which is a very different way of looking at it than I think most pundits are looking at it. And I'm one of the few who are saying, no, it's not about her winning. No one expects her to win. She's at her peak right now. Everything is downhill from here. There'll be bumps. She's going to trend down, probably into the 30 percentile range in the polling, consistently in the 30 percentile on all the major polls. And that will be the trend. She's going to lose. It won't be a landslide, but she will lose. But she's going to win Congress and the Senate. When I say win, I mean maintain. Democrats in Congress and the Senate. That's the victory for the party. That's what she's there for. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, yeah, fair enough, man.
But I mean,
Michael?
I understand your reasons. I understand what you're saying, and it does make sense. I just have an alternative view. I'm not saying you could turn out to be correct. I'm not sure. I think what I'm saying makes more sense in context. I understand why you and others are saying, no, but there's something else. Because you're expecting more from her, like you would expect from a real candidate. You're expecting more. I don't have that expectation. That's why I come up with a different result, because I have zero expectation from her. I don't think there's anything you can get. It's blood from a stone. Make sense?
Right. Yeah, yeah, fair enough, man. Michael, thank you for letting me call in. And to end with this, to paraphrase Proverbs 16:32, mightier than the warrior who can conquer a city is the leader who can control his own anger. Thanks for letting me call in, man. Have a good rest of your night.
No problem. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being such a good audience member. I really do appreciate you.
Yeah, man. It was fun. See you next time.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
All right, folks. So I wanted to hear from Graham, and like I said, I always love hearing different points of view. Whether I agree or not, that's okay. We can have the conversation. I can explain why I have the belief I do, and I'm happy to hear the things you do. And maybe you think Graham is more correct than I am. That's okay. Maybe you think me and Graham are wrong. Okay, why? I'd love to see that in the comments. But I want to, again, thank everyone who calls in and everyone who leaves a comment and a message. I appreciate you guys. I am thankful to have you as my audience and your interactions, whether it's live or afterwards in the comments after the show. I appreciate each and every one of you. The only thing I can ask, like, share, subscribe. I appreciate and want that. That makes a big difference. If you can afford $1.50, then please join the Patreon. It helps me pay bills. It's $1.50. My puppy needs food. He's expensive. $1.50 a month. That's it. But if you can't, hey, I know we're in a recession. I get it. Bidenomics is not helping anyone. Price gouging is not going to resolve or fix your problems in paying your food bills or any bill. So I get it. Then just like, share, subscribe. Please remember that Monday, tomorrow, we're going to be on with Larry Sharp, Shauna Venus, Sean Kennedy, 9 p.m., talking about the impact of the election. It should be rather interesting because I don't think anyone else there is a conservative Republican. I know we got some libertarians there. I don't think anyone else is a conservative Republican, which means there's probably going to be some back and forth. It should be quite interesting. I appreciate and look forward to it. I think they're going to have some great conversations and great viewpoints. With that said, we've been on for a while. I appreciate always being with you guys every time. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week and also in the weekend. Remember, Saturday, I'll be doing something special and different. Farscape, Scorpius. He is one of the best villains in all sci-fi. I will make my case Saturday. And until the next time, folks, I want to thank you. I want you to be well. Enjoy Labor Day, and I'll talk to you soon.